kind of quickly pull Shubo into a hug.
Uh, what was that for?
You've been through a lot today, and I just wanted to say that I don't know. Uh, I'm here for you, and it's all going to be all right in the end.
Yeah, thank you.
If you ever need to talk about stuff, I'm here.
I know.
Let's get some rest.
You enter. Oh, welcome back. Took you a sweet time.
Yeah,
I see
sorry.
friend is today here as well.
Just this night.
Yeah, I'm working on finding a place to stay actually. So
Well,
I should be out of your hair
time.
soon. How much money do I have?
And you go in your guest room. You okay, Sugar?
Well, to be honest, I could be better.
What happened?
A lot. Um, well,
Talk about it.
yeah. We had another fight. Um,
Oh, what happened?
Mr. Cypress and Miss Leona killed people accidentally, and I overreacted.
What do you mean by overreacted?
Manacles.
Oh, Shubo.
Yeah.
You know better than me that I think that killing is always wrong. Sometimes, whether it's justified or not, well, can't really be justified, but sometimes certain actions are done, in dire situations, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I think that when someone doesn't mean it, manacles are not the worst thing that is happening to them because they're already shackling themselves inside.
You might be right.
Shubo, I
Yeah.
understand all that you think. I understand the way you feel about the work, the job, your sense of justice. I understand that. But at the same time, if you keep doing it like this, if you keep acting like this, you'll push everyone away.
You know, I just don't know how I can change, how I can just not do that. Uh,
You know, let's put it like that. She kind of takes out a chair to make you sit.
I sit down.
So, do you think that someone that breaks the rule is a bad person?
It depends.
Well, the way you act, it doesn't seem like it depends,
Hmm.
right? So you think that a person that follows a rule is one that is good.
Mostly.
Right. But there are people that follow the rules and use those rules to make bad things. There are people that break the rule to do things that are not bad in the slightest. It can happen. Now, you were young, you don't remember. You were very little. Your brother used to be a rascal. Used to be, a little bit of a. Was a small storm, that boy.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he was a good boy. But, yeah, at his moment, you know. Do you really think he's a bad person? Just because he was not always, perfectly lawful?
No.
Then why would you think the same of your friends?
I don't
Who,
believe that they're.
what do you want to protect by putting manacles on your friends?
Well, I wanted to protect all of our lives.
By who? From someone that is already sad about what they have done? You see what I'm saying?
I do.
Listen, one day, imagine like this. One day you're gonna find yourself in front of someone that is doing the best thing possible, but in the worst way possible. What are you gonna think about them?
Mm, well, it depends on what that thing is.
Shubo, it's not white or black. It's kind of always gray. And as you see and as you hear yourself, depends, it's kind of that gray thing. Now, the thing that is important is not just saying it, but also acting on it. Okay?
Hmm.
Go, boy. So you're gonna go on a quest tomorrow too?
No, we're not allowed.
Oh, okay. You really got her mad, huh?
Yes.
Well, do you have any plans for tomorrow?
The the chicken fair, I
Oh, that's a
suppose.
good one. Didn't you hate chicken though?
Yes, I do, but well, the rest wants to go.
See, that is a good action. Even if you don't like it, you're willing to go.
Hmm.
That's good. I'm sure you're gonna enjoy it.
Hopefully.
Well, I'm gonna go get to sleep. You should rest too.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Thanks for this.
She kind of smiles at you and goes back in her and William's room.
Ah,
Anything
I
you wanna do?
no. I also just go back to my room. Think there.
With a lot of thoughts in each of your heads, with the knowledge granted by the Savior, Phyllis, when all these things happen within the team, you're carrying over from many, many actions and reactions. You all go to sleep and rest, as we're going to end this session.
Nice. So, I died during the session. My computer exploded.
Let me know when you start recording.
I've started.
Are you sure this is
Sick.
It was just called the Capital City. Maybe I should just do.
Very well.
I'll just.
We begin our session in the 57th day of fall. Previous session was a lot of stuff. For this reason, I would ask some of you to make perhaps a little bit of recap if you want to.
Who wants to do it? I'll do it. I'll do it if no one
Why
else
did
does.
you ask if you were
Do
just?
it, Mama.
I'll do.
Do it, Mama.
Do it.
Well, I did it last time, so I wanted to know if anybody else wanted to.
I like
Still,
how.
do it.
I like
Okay.
I like your recaps. Yeah.
So, we all woke up. We went back, all sat down awkwardly together, and we were like, "Hey, what's going on? Let's go look for stuff in that forest." But first, we had to look for rumors. So we all split up and looked for rumors about stuff in the forest. Luna and Silk-Paw both heard about a ghost, and it was a nice ghost. And then we were like, let's go find a ghost. We got in the cart. Had a little cart session. Not really. It was like 2 minutes. We went to find where the ghost was seen, but we ran into these angry-looking animals who were all angry and fighting each other. And then they saw us, and they saw Waffles, and they were like, and they all attacked us. And then we beat them up, and a ghost showed up and beat them up as well. Then we all followed the ghost back to her house, and she was like, "Hi, I always forget Phyllis. I keep forgetting names. I'm really bad with those." And she was like, "I'm from the Crown Dragons. Hey guys, what's up?" And we were like, "Whoa!" And well, a bunch of stuff. She kind of inferred she might be able to cure Avery's mom and stuff like that, but she can't do anything because the forest is all crazy. We found out that she had been sitting there and like curing the forest, and that it's like a projection in the big fight against the big demon monster, and that she tried to save people, but she hadn't seen anybody that looks like Shubo's brother. What's his name? Yeah. She hadn't found anybody who looks like Shubo's brother when she was saving people. So we were like, oh. And then we went and saw a big old moose, and the forest was all gross. And we were like, fuck, bro, let's not do that right now. And we went back. We told her that we would come back soon to help, and after we beat Daryl's challenge thing, after he says we're ready, we can come and help her too. We kind of we talked to her, we said we might be back to visit her, and that we would let her out and she might help save Avery's mom and take like an apprentice or something. But also she like did some dead people magic, and Fia found out that Shin is apparently not dead. And we were like, whoa, where is he? And the Shubo was kind of freaking out. And then we all went back to Spineport. We went to see Cynthia, and she was kind of weird, and we were being weird, and she kind of had a breakdown and told us to leave. And did we find anything out from that?
Not really.
Yeah, we just kind of had an awkward situation and then ran off.
Very suspicious.
We went back to the capital, got rewards. Silk-Paw and Shubo got into an argument. Cordelia was really upset with us and made it so we can't take quests until we've all kind of settled and like figure like we all trust each other and aren't super arguing. And then Avery sent a letter.
I admitted
Luna sent
murder.
a package. Cedar confessed to murder to Cordelia. She was like, "Don't worry about it, bro. We all murder people sometimes." That's not what she said. But Avery ran off, slept in the library. Silk-Paw went off and slept in the tavern. Cedar, I think, also headed there. Luna and Shubo went to the Noroi residence, and Luna was like, "I'm gonna get a house and place to stay soon, please. I'm sorry." And then everybody slept, and we're gonna go to the chicken festival. Did I miss anything?
You
Are
didn't.
you single?
Oh yeah, that was kind of weird.
You can get a Kendrick inspiration.
Wow.
It's a D8 that you can always add to whatever you want, except that.
Do I legitimately have inspiration?
You also have a Kendrick inspiration
Okay,
Because you made a funny joke.
because you made a very bad joke.
Did I put that on the bingo?
Maybe.
It was basically a concession.
Thank you for encouraging my
Yeah,
bad
I would say.
behavior.
Oh, there isn't a stream. Okay.
Now, yeah, I'll be streaming in a moment.
What day is it?
The 57th.
Okay.
Of fall.
Oh, fall, yes.
Oh.
Just a moment that I have to fetch for something quick. That I was reminded just now.
How many days have we been doing this? You guys
It's
remember
been
what day we
many.
met up?
About the 37th.
So that's like
20.
20 days. $23. 22. You guys all have different answers.
Dude.
That's not right either.
That isn't an answer.
We gained 3 achievement
What
points
is?
last session.
Oh,
right?
is it Cedar's birthday?
No, it's Cordelia's.
Oh, it's Cordelia's birthday. I forgot about that.
It's yes.
Her
it's the
birthday's
7th.
on the day of the chicken festival?
No,
No.
the
Oh.
The
That's
13th
right.
day.
You stinky man.
You're a stinky woman.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. You look
I
like
just
Andre
showered.
the Giant. Shush.
I just showered.
I don't believe.
The water is stinky.
35th was the first. Oh my god. This is too complicated. I can't count.
I couldn't count once.
You
Uh-oh.
can't count now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Train's had a long, hard life, and it resulted in him forgetting how to count.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That is exactly canon. Well, I cannot find it because I am bad.
No.
I'm just bad.
I don't
2.
even remember how many times.
One time.
Right. Okay, just a moment and we'll get started.
One for Silky. Cedar is in a constant state of breaking down.
Fucking Cedar out here just gonna explode at some point.
Yes.
Broken down a good few times.
Okay. So we can enter the session.
Woo! My cat looked
Hey,
at me
And
funny when I made
I
that
think
noise.
the best way to start is to start from those who wake up early. First thing first, let me tell you, as I said, that this is the 57th days of fall, and Luna. It's very early in the morning,
Lumina.
and while doing your chores, you're talking. You entering basically a construction, a shop within the within the capital, and in front of you, it's a familiar name. Well, one name that sounds kind of familiar. Benford.
I know that name.
When you enter, you find yourself in front of what it seems to be a human in his 50s.
Oh, I was gonna say he's chunky. He don't look chunky.
So, searching for a house?
Oh, yes, sir. Morning.
Morning.
I'm, Luniper, Leona, and I
Nice to meet you.
am,
Name is Bernard Benford.
okay,
How can I
I
help
feel
you?
like I've heard that name before. Anyway, I am, I was looking to maybe get somewhere to live in, Festival.
Oh, I see. Tired of jumping in and out of taverns?
Yeah, a bit. I'll say I have a roommate who isn't exactly agreeable with most tavern establishments, so
I understand. Very well. So you're searching for Vestival. It begins to go around in some form of book or notebook of some sort. Vestival, you say? So what kind of house are we searching for? Like something for a family, something?
it's mostly just for me. So like 1 bedroom, maybe 2 if I can afford it, but I don't really. That's not really necessary, and maybe some amount of like pasture land or like some kind of not pasture, like a garden, I guess.
God,
I have a
within
animal.
Vestival, it's not too hard to find something that is, with some with a little bit of terrain. Now, if you're searching for something like farm terrain, it's gonna be a little bit more problematic, or at least within the walls. But if if a garden is okay, we can do that.
Just a garden is fine, I think.
Okay. Okay. So, you told me a house for you with about 2 bedrooms, garden. It's something that we can do. It's something we can do. For instance, I have just a couple of houses that I'm actually managing right now for the sale. So I have a first one that is it's a little bit bigger than what you wanted. So this one has 3 bedrooms. It's renovated within nearby the central square, and it also has a little bit of a garden, but not that much. I want to mention that. And this goes for 600 gold pieces.
Okay.
Of course, there's going to be additional expenses. So, essentially, with all the additional expenses, the setting up, the bureaucracy and all, we're probably going to buy it for about 660.
Okay.
An alternative, more with your request, but I would argue that it's a little bit in a worse area since it's very much on the backside of the city, and a little bit it's a nice place. It's just not within the middle. It's kind of peaceful, but probably not the best if you enjoy being always within the center of the city. This one has 2 bedrooms. It's not recently renovated, but it is in perfect shape and has a good garden. I would say that you can probably even have enough space to like build some form of shed or something like that. That is something that is surely can be done. Now, as I said, this is not in perfect shape. It's livable, absolutely. But I think this could probably go for 450. With all expenses included, it would go for about 495. And if you want to properly renovate it, I would suggest putting in at least about 80 gold pieces. But it's not something that you require to do now. It's probably something that it's going to be required only later years. Here, it gives you a couple of notes of this announcement.
Okay.
So, what do you think?
Well, that second one does sound really nice. And it fits what I need. I'm not like super great on. I mean, probably can't afford it in full right now.
Oh, who would be the one to ask it on full right now? Of course, we can make some form of mortgage for this.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible that we can depends on the ratio that you prefer. It usually goes like this. We can split the payment on 5 different payments for an upping of a 10% on the total cost, or split it in 10 payments and have the total cost increased by 20%.
Okay. So upping it by 10% would be. Gosh, sorry, I'm not good at math.
You don't have to worry, I'm here for that. So, considering the total cost and the bureaucracy, and adding a 10% fee for the total cost of the house will be about 545, and you would have to pay every 2 weeks. So every 12 days, you would have to pay 108 gold pieces of a fee. We can alternatively push it a little bit more, we can have this have an additional 5% of an increase, but you would have to pay it every 3 weeks rather than 2. Depends on you.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm an adventurer, so I can probably
Adventure, I see.
afford. I can probably afford the 5 payments.
Yeah, I mean, judging by your look, I was immediately going for this kind of more short-term mortgage, because of course there are long-term mortgage that I can advise that I would personally not advise in terms of payment. For instance, you can take the house and get a 50% increase on the total price, so you're gonna pay it 1.5 times more, but you can pay it monthly, well, seasonally, not monthly doesn't exist. You can pay a fee seasonally until you are done for about 4 years. That is another way to do it. But that has an incremental increase on the price. That is something that we generally do not advise. So the best thing to do, if you have some money with you, is to make it bi-weekly or 3-weekly at most.
Okay. Well, yeah, I can afford a 5 payments. It's every 2 weeks.
Yes, 100 would be 108 gold every 2 weeks for with a total threshold of time in 10 weeks essentially.
Okay. I'd be really interested in that. Do you
Yeah.
have how soon could I like
Well, we can take an appointment and perhaps even, I mean, today is probably gonna be problematic because the owner and you know, there's gonna be some form of festival around Humble, and so people are a little bit shaky. And in this kind of situation, owners don't like to leave their houses. It's kind of superstition, but thinking like that. When there is an event, people like to go to that event, and so when a house remains empty, people fear that someone may enter. Do not
Yeah.
worry, that area that I told you about in Vestful is very safe in terms of criminality and stuff like that. So don't worry. But I would say that we can perhaps schedule an appointment even for tomorrow, if you want.
I probably should be able to do that. If I could schedule like how would like tomorrow morning sound?
Tomorrow morning is perfect. Yes.
Okay. Well,
I will
that's
let know to the owner, and we'll be able to get to know the house, and I'll show you everything that you may take in consideration to
okay.
make
So
your final choice.
should I like meet you there tomorrow
I
or
would
here?
say that it's probably better if we meet there. But
Okay.
if you prefer, we can meet here and we can just go together there. That's up to you.
There is fine as long as I've got like the address.
Yeah. Okay. So he gives you an address essentially. It lets you have a small reminder paper. Tells you to meet there at about 9 a.m. on tomorrow, and let me actually show you the house because it's in Vestful, and it's this one.
The long one or the
This one, the small one.
Okay, yeah. Down the street from Silk-Paw's family.
Yeah, Silk-Paw's family is here.
And if you press Control Shift in space, you should be able to make a little pointer finger
I'm gonna break into your attic and live in it.
with your mouse.
Control?
Yeah, Control Shift. I think. Let me.
Control Shift? It doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't.
But I can make a square.
You gotta be in tokens. That's right.
Oh, it gotta be in tokens.
Yeah.
It still doesn't.
Oh. Your
It's
mouse
fine,
is just
I've
an
got
Doesn't
it.
invisible.
matter. I can make a square.
I've
That's
got it figured out. Okay.
Whoa, yeah. I bet you want to move there, not even because of your family, but because of Daisy. Anyway,
Yeah.
while this is happening, and you are chit-chatting with the guy, well, it's early in the morning. And you exited the Noroi's household with not very much of anything. You can kind of guess that Shuba was already out, but you know Shuba always wakes up very early. And Kijo kind of just waved you goodbye in a way that you can kind of feel she hopes not to see you again, but not in an evil way, not in a bad way. It's more like, please get yourself a house or something like that. But you're doing it. You're doing it.
I'm gonna
So,
press X on that evil.
Sorry?
I'm gonna press X on that evil. She did it in an evil way. Evil PG.
Yeah, absolutely. So, while this is happening, Shubo,
Yes.
Bones.
you
The
have
bone
been.
boy.
Hi, Ben. Not even Ben. You're Rafrik.
Oh.
You reached the temple, the capital shrine, and it's quite pleasant this morning, actually. Considering that today's not a particularly bright day. It's a little bit cloudy, but it doesn't feel like it's going to rain anytime soon. And so there is a good fresh wind. The place feels nice. You know, it's nice, right? You reach about around the temple after doing your morning jogging and all your morning stuff. Essentially, you have done some stuff on your own side.
Yeah.
About that, I will ask you to roll me either a performance or medicine.
Okay, I'm going to roll medicine.
You roll medicine. Let me see.
That's a 20.
Okay. I'll DM you something.
Okay. Nice.
It's the mark of approval. After doing such a thing, you reach the temple and said, "What do you do?"
Yeah, I just go inside and start looking for Denethor.
Okay. Well, it's kind of easy to spot her. She's more or less the how to say it. She's kind of a fixed landmark within this place, and she spends most of her days there due to family business, basically. But you easily can find her. Yes.
I'm back.
Good morning.
Oh, morning. What brings you here?
I just wanted to thank you. And I kind of use thaumaturgy to change the color of my eyes.
Oh.
I can do magic now.
I'm so glad that you managed to do it. I sincerely doubted that I was a good enough teacher, but
Well,
you are an
were.
exceptional student.
Thank you.
Well,
Um,
I hope you're going to use these powers to do good.
I will, of course. In fact,
I'm
I
sure
have,
you.
I have already healed someone.
That is good. How did it went?
Well, it went well. the cause of those injuries was... I shouldn't talk about that.
Well, if you ever want to talk about it, you can talk with me. You see, being able... I want to warn you about something.
Hmm.
It's going to be... I'm going to be just a little bit of an hypocrite. But I feel like even if I don't follow my own advice, I should try to give it still. The fact that someone is hurt, the fact that someone is going to feel bad, now that you have the ability to heal them, you don't have to feel guilty about you not doing it, or you not being able to do it. People will still hurt, people will still be able to, well, be in danger, and sometimes that danger is too much for them and too much for us. So do not feel too guilty about that. And regardless of the motivation, well, regarding the motivation, I would suggest that the best heal that you can make, the best miracle that you can give someone, is not the one to close their wounds, but is the one to prevent their wounds.
I understand. Well,
Yeah.
I will try my best either way.
I'm sure that you're going to do fine.
Is there anything I can do to help you? Just
Help me?
as... Yes, as a thank you.
She looks very puzzled. Me? Why?
Well, you helped me with this new magic.
It's my duty, I suppose. And I did it because I wanted. You don't have to worry about it.
Yes, and I want to thank you for that.
She's clearly not used to being thanked. That's so bad. She's a little bit confused
So
and
sad.
yeah, I mean, her family is not easy.
She deserves the world.
I
Love the Catholic Church.
I mean, I don't really know. I don't. Do we want something? I don't know. I'm really thankful for the fact that you're thinking of this, but I think that the fact that you're thinking about helping me, it's already plenty enough. I wish I could really answer you differently, but I don't really know how.
If you say so. But if there's ever anything, don't hesitate to ask.
Sure. To be honest, I think you're doing just a lot. Just the fact that sometimes, from time to time, you come here and companies appreciate it, especially when I spend most of my time here alone. Well, not really alone. There are other priests and faithfuls, but well, it's more
Actually-
job than friendship. Yeah.
You said that you're alone here most of the time. Are you busy?
Now,
Well, today.
I suppose I'm busy always, but I can always ask to cover for me. Why?
Well, today is the chicken fair, right?
Oh, yeah, it's in Humble, I think. Yes.
Yes. And so maybe I could invite you as thank you.
That would be a very sweet thought. I I will try to ask to some of the priestess here if I can do so. If that's something that you want, I mean, I don't mean to. You don't have to feel pressured of doing something.
No, that's what I want. Yes.
Well, I'll be right back. You can see she walks slowly because she's very confused about the situation. She's altruism. What is this? She has to help people. Help people helping her. What the fuck? She goes a little
What kind
bit
of
away
church is it?
and then goes back. I mean, the church is not really the church. It's more the family Estrella. Because the church is for the history of the various religion, but she is an Estrella, and the Estrellas are meant to be healers, and meant to be strong healers, and she's the weakest of the family. She comes back and go like, well, apparently I can. Whenever you want to go, I'll just tell me and I'll come with.
Sure.
Are you going? Is this like? There's going to be other people, I suppose.
Yes, I believe most of my party members will come with.
Oh yes, the now famous Blades of Hope. I've heard about your win at the tournament.
Yeah, I guess we are famous now.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but I think that it's a fame that is well deserved.
Thank you. I will come back then.
Well,
We're ready.
I'll be waiting for you then. She goes back inside. Doing anything else, Shuba?
Yeah, I'll just pray a little bit and then go back.
Okay.
You do this.
It's all the people.
All the people. There's also the chick. I was searching for you. She's shaking. She feels a disturbance in the force.
No!
That's the mate, Shuba. What have you done?
Well, you pray a little bit, and then you move on with your day, going back to the house. And doing
It's just
whatever.
altruism. I don't know what you mean. Date? What's that?
Avery,
Yeah. Hi.
you wake up.
Whoa.
You wake up and you notice that you are in the library from yesterday.
She wakes up. She rubs her eyes.
You see, you wake up and you notice that you have something on top of you. Like it's like a little bit of a maybe a blanket of some sort.
Oh.
The bag.
She's gonna wake up a bit. She's gonna wake up, and she's gonna rub her eyes, a bit confused, and remember that she spent the entire rest of the day in the library, and she fell asleep here. And she's gonna look down at the blanket.
You feel a little bit of a pain on your neck,
Yeah.
and then you realize that you basically slept with a book as a pillow. So not really the most comfortable.
Yeah. She's gonna stand up.
Well, you wake up.
Oh. Oh.
Yesterday I was about to go to. I was about to close the library, and I saw you still there sleeping. I tried to wake you up, but apparently you were really tired.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You don't have to worry. Most importantly, I'm worrying about your situation. Are you okay?
I'm fine. It's just that little bit of party drama.
Party drama. I suppose that's something that happens. Well,
A little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
I'll be back to my counter if there's anything that you need. Feel free to come by, and I don't dislike your presence around, but I suggest to sleep on a bed rather than on a book. It's probably better for your spine.
She's gonna kind of bury her face in her scarf.
Yeah.
Because of the big wizard hat now, she can't really see her face. And she's just gonna like,
Yeah, it's probably a better idea. I kinda lost track of time yesterday. I was deep in a book.
oh nah.
Clones.
I was reading something one of my friends recommended me, and I kinda got lost in it. Oh, by the way, is this yours?
She's gonna hold up the blanket.
Oh yes. And she takes the blanket, and it's actually like her scarf.
Oh god.
You're tiny.
Yeah, she's extremely small.
Oh, that was... Oh.
She can't see it, but now she's just kind of panicking.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. What's... Is it the next day?
The next day?
Yeah.
It's the 57.
So I did sleep all the way through. Okay.
Oh yeah, you did.
So the festival's
You
today.
slept soundly, and I even like called you and kind of like pushed you a little bit. No way to wake you up.
Yeah.
You are really tired, I suppose.
It was
Kind of slip like a kitten.
There's her face is just bright red now. She's just kind of she's trying her best to hide it with the big hat and the scarf.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure like Avery probably just collected a lot of books that she was gonna be reading. So there's just like towers of fucking stacks of books around her. Yes. There we go. Ken out here with the assets. You love to see it. Oh, yeah. She's just gonna sit there for like a solid 10 seconds before she shakes her head.
Well, are you free today?
Today?
Yeah.
There's a lot to do here in the library, but did you had something in mind?
I never really see you outside the library, so I was wondering if you would like to go to the festival.
Oh, you mean the chicken fair?
She nods.
I don't know because I have a lot to do. I'm kind of the only one keeping this place open. I should get an assistant. To be honest, Avery, I would really love to, but if I do that, I kind of need to close the library.
Oh, that's a shame. The closing the
She's doing a thing. Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. I actually have persuasion proficiency. Because Avery's just that adorable that she gets proficiency in fucking persuasion.
Yeah. Let's see how you
Here we
roll.
go. I wanna
gonna be
check
hard.
something. Yeah, okay. So it is a +4. That is just a flat D20 with no plus.
It's a D20 plus.
Yeah, it's a D20 plus. I'm gonna add creative
23.
adaptability on top of that.
Okay, so it's a 27? 28?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You basically Well, as you see her kind of unsure, you bring your face out of the rim of the hat, and you kind of do puppy eyes and blink twice.
Yeah.
And Willow goes like, I mean, maybe the library can stay closed for an afternoon. Sure. I will not be able to stay too much, but sure, why not?
Yeah. I just always see you working, and I think it'd be a good time to just get to know each other a little bit better. I'm here a lot, but we don't really speak too much.
Fine by me. Why not?
Avery's gonna kind of. How are they gonna date? I could never. Avery's gonna kind of stand up and look at all the books, and she's gonna start putting them back where they belong. I'm sure if anyone remembers where these books go, it'd be Avery.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then after,
As you're putting back your books, Willow kind of looks at you. I know. If one day you ever, if you have abandoned the whole, adventuring thing, you can always help me here in the library.
Oh,
You'll be a perfect assistant.
Avery is she's gonna do a big thunk.
I'd like that. The library's pretty quiet. Seems like a nice place to work.
Oh, if you don't like chaos, this is a nice place. Yes.
Yeah, I think if things go right, it shouldn't be too long. Maybe it will, but with adventuring, you never really know.
The call of adventure is, you never know when it stops. And for you, I hope that it continues as much as you want it to do. Oh.
Avery's gonna just kind of.
You finish up putting round books and all, and
Reality warp.
I suppose so. You also tell her that you're going whenever you're all going.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Avery's gonna.
So
she's gonna run.
she's gonna run.
She's gonna run. She runs so
You
fast.
leave out your blush.
Yeah, it just stays. I don't know where she's running, but she's running probably to the tavern, back to her room.
Okay. You run, you dash, you run, and you go to your room.
Yeah.
You go so fast that you go there.
Oh, I go here.
Yeah, you go there.
Yo, no
But
way.
as you're doing that, Cedar.
Derb.
You're muted, Cedar.
Cedar is like the only person so far of a normal morning.
Yeah?
That maybe it's Silk-Paw. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, you don't know.
Whoa, that's a fast baby.
So, where are you? What are you doing? Why?
I don't know. I just woke up normally and I see a small child zoom by me like Sonic.
Yeah?
What the fuck? Okay.
Sonic goes upstairs. You're just sitting at the counter. You already woke up. It's cloudy outside, but you feel good because it seems that it's not going to rain. So that's nice. That's a vibe.
Think
And
empty.
Wilmer already gave you some waffles and pancakes and stuff for breakfast, so you're feeling even better.
I usually have pancakes, but today I
Yeah.
spice it up a little and have waffles.
Let's go. You're eating waffles. Where is it? You're eating it.
I'm gonna cut him up.
My son! You cannot kill waffle. Waffles is indestructible.
I don't know what to do with it. I haven't
If there's nothing
Come up
you
with-
want to do, you can just tell me, yeah, I'm just having a normal day. No problem with that.
I guess I go to the sensor and wonder why no one is there.
Okay. You go towards the sensor. You see what seems to be a very stressed Cordelia scribbling violently on a book.
Oh shit. How do I start a conversation?
That's a good question. You just do. Let's go about the weather.
Whether you like it or not, I'm trying to think of a pun.
Tell her that the moon is beautiful in Japanese.
No. Don't be creepy. You know I can't do that. What's the dealio, Celio?
That is the problem. Sometimes I wonder if this thing is about Cedar or is about Train.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Train is role playing himself.
No, really, I'm better than Cedar.
I'm messing with you. And also eating a cookie.
I do say that though.
So what are you saying?
What's the dealio, Celio?
You go there, you say that. She raises an eyebrow.
Break tension a bit.
She looks at you with a stern face. And then she kind of giggles a little bit. Morning, Cedar.
Hi. You good? You seem particularly stressed today.
Yes. A lot to do, a lot to stop to do, a lot of things they have to do, a lot of paperwork, a lot of there, a lot of that. Not to mention what happened yesterday.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Listen, it's just... You know, there is a saying in when they teach us how to become handlers and all, right?
Yeah?
So, the experienced handlers, they tell us you have to learn how not to get too emotionally invested in people because people fight all the time and people die all the time. And that is kind of why there's always new handlers, because many just quit after, you know, getting so many bad news. The problem is I cannot stop to care, you know, I cannot stop to worry. I will go crazy if I continue working like this, but that's the only way I want to work.
That doesn't sound healthy. As weird and as okay, my brain just broke out of character. As weird it is coming from me, that's very unhealthy. You know, I feel like ever since I met you, you've just been progressively getting busier and busier.
That is kind of the time. It's not about you guys, don't worry. It's also kind of about you guys. But not in a bad way. The thing is that many of these high-ranking quests had been resting in the dust for weeks and weeks because not many people wanted to risk their life for them. And you did. So you are a very important group, party of adventurers, and you know, I cherish you guys. I want you to be as at your maximum. I want you. How to say it? How to say it? It would be beautiful to one day see the Blaze of Hope becoming the Crowned Blades. You know, you get what I'm trying to say. I want you to see you succeed. And it feels like when you're fighting is because I'm not helping you enough to see the way you can be together. I kind of get it on myself.
No. It's not your fault. It's ours. You know how we've done like several quests every single day in a week? I feel like we just make up for our sheer vigor with sheer chaos and emotional problems.
I suppose. Well, my statement remained the same. Unless you've managed to figure out what's going on with you guys, you're not getting any more quests.
Yeah,
I will get scolded by the censor because the censor wants you to make quests. But the final saying was on me, for now, so I will hold my ground. And I'm not doing this to punish you, I'm doing this because I'm worried about you. I want you to keep in mind.
I know.
It's not a punishment, it's safekeeping.
Listen, I just want you to know it's not your fault.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Well, I appreciate you saying this, but I don't know. I will always feel that is a little bit my fault. I should have guarded you better. I should have thought better of how to handle your internal problems. That's kind of on me. Even if it's unlogical, I cannot help but feel like this.
Frick, man, how do I deal with it? Damn. I have, like, similar problems.
What do you mean?
What did my sister say? Frick, I can't even remember. It's illogical. It's... Have you noticed
I'll let you think about
bad
it.
At comforting
I
people?
have to turn on the light. Give me a moment.
Okay. Please help. I'm very bad at
Cordelia
comforting
decided to go and turn on the light.
Really? Cordelia just decided it's a bit too dark. A little bit too dark.
Too dark.
My
Too dark
brain
in our
doesn't
office.
have anything in it.
Look, if you can talk about how you blame yourself.
That's right. You just use her words against her. Remember what she told you that time you went on a date? Just repeat those to her.
I don't remember. What did she tell you?
I have a bad memory.
Something, stop fucking yourself to death, something, relax,
I'm sorry.
something.
Are you helping each other?
I think
We're
so.
giving our
No.
voice of advice, okay?
Giving him some
Silk-Paw's just
Some
yelling
others
from
should
the
be
ether.
smarter than me.
We're giving Trade a pep talk.
Yeah.
You see only in your vision
Party huddle.
a small angelic Silk-Paw on your shoulder. This seems to be telling you what to say.
Look, just
Silk-Paw would tell you to repeat her words to her. Yeah.
Right.
What the fuck does Silk-Paw know
Tell
about
her to
getting women?
relax. He doesn't know about getting women, but he knows about taking care of people.
That's good enough.
Well, have
Wait,
those
if-
written down somewhere.
If Angel Silk-Paw is on that, who's the demon?
Who's the worst influence in this party?
No.
I think
just going-
Luna. I feel like Luna's a
What?
pretty bad influence.
Okay, wait, Shane, do you have an idea on what to do?
He's just a sweet little guy.
Ideas. Are you just gonna
Try-
work yourself to death?
Sorry, what did you say? You cut off.
You know, you can't put it all on yourself. Otherwise, you're just gonna crush yourself under the weight of everything.
Again, it's not something that I do because I want to. It's more because I cannot do otherwise. Don't get me wrong. I tried not to push it too much on myself, but I feel the responsibility, and well, sooner or later I'll have to grow, and I'll have to accept the fact that I cannot handle everything. But until that moment, I'll try to handle as much as I can. Even if I don't really know if I'm handling right or wrong.
You can't control everything. You shouldn't work yourself to death.
If I don't work myself to death, other people are gonna die. You know?
Well, that's gonna happen regardless.
I like to think that I make a change, that I bring something. If you say that regardless of how much I work, nothing is gonna change, that kind of undermines all my hard work.
Let me rephrase that.
I know that you don't
Can't-
mean that.
You can't control everything, and you can't fix everything.
I know I cannot.
Why do you do this?
Not everything has to be logical sometimes, you know? There are many things that are
know.
done without reason.
I know. I do it too. I blame myself for most things. Party kind of just ripped itself apart, and I was too busy dealing with my own personal demons to help.
Everyone had their own demons, I suppose. But don't worry, I'll be fine.
No. You say that, but you don't mean it.
I mean, I do mean it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to, but I do mean it. Regardless, I have a lot to do today. So, it's much
How can I help you?
paperwork and stuff like that. How can you help me? Well, the only way you can see it, I would be extremely grateful if you make sure that your teammates would just, you know, be together without any trouble. Try to mend things. That's the thing that I'm asking mainly. If you can, of course.
You know, I care about you about as much as you care about us. I just really don't want to see you work yourself to oblivion.
Well, it's a rough moment with a lot of bureaucracy and internal work, but It's going to pass. The quantity. The gravity of the work, well, that's depend on you. But I'm sure that you're going to be able to patch things up. Don't worry. But I do appreciate your words and thoughts.
Damn it. Cordelia, you don't let us go on adventures all the time without resting for a reason. So why don't you let yourself rest?
Well, I do rest. I get my enough sleep. I eat well
Do you?
enough. Oh yeah.
Oh. Insight.
I mean, you can insight, sure. Roll for
Silk-Paw
insight.
would be proud of that insight. Whether you succeed or not. I am so proud of
You
you!
have actually no, you don't have inspiration. You have Kenspiration, so you can't even reroll
I'm
that.
not gonna use that for
Inspiration
this.
on that.
Yeah, you trust her. Yeah, she's getting enough rest.
The way you say that.
I get it up, right? Is that... Are you really getting enough rest, or is that just a technicality?
For what you know with that roll, you're good. You're fine with it.
Oh my gosh.
You rolled so bad. You're just okay. I believe you.
You sure you don't want to take a break? In 1 second?
Well, a break would be nice, but right now we cannot. I genuinely cannot. A lot of work to do.
This is just two workaholics talking to each other.
Yeah.
One of them is too not emotionally mature to figure out what to say.
Big fat lie.
A lie will remain a lie. That is a Dark Souls 2 reference. Wow, I made a Dark Souls 2 reference. That is actually one of
trust
the
you.
coolest Dark Souls 2 references. Tell me.
I wanted to invite you out to the chicken festival, but like...
That is very sweet, as a very sweet thought, but I'm afraid I cannot. But hey, let's make it like this. Go to that festival, go to the chicken fair, have fun, make sure that your teammates are gonna, you know, make peace or something, and when you come back, tell me how it went. So perhaps you can tell me who was there.
I'm gonna feel bad having fun if you're just gonna be here working yourself to the bone.
Thinking like that. Right now, you guys having fun and building up friendship is the best thing that you can do to help me.
Not build up a friendship with you.
I mean, we are friends, right?
Yeah. That's dangerous territory. Nothing.
Anything else you would like to say?
Rain is dead. What did she say to Cedar when he was trying a word? It was so long ago, I can't use her words against her. I'll do it later. Fine. I'll go to the chicken festival and you can be here. I don't know. Just take care of yourself, alright?
I will, don't worry.
Seer's going to very hesitantly leave. Somewhere. I don't know. That's all I have to say.
Do it, pussy.
No.
So, anything else you would like to say?
No?
What do you
I
do
need a
then?
long time to figure out what I'm going to say to her.
Okay. Well, you leave her to work and start thinking about perhaps what to say. You guys, I suppose you kind of like maybe told each other to meet up at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd make the most sense.
We usually meet at around the sensor, just in the square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see Avery at some point after you speed run the tavern. You go down, and you can notice that there is a wild cedar in the prism square.
Well,
And Luna, you can also see the same.
I'm gonna
He is
do.
particularly depressed.
Avery. Avery is a tomato.
Can I have written the thing that I mentioned to you like this morning, Kim?
Sure.
Like just before I had headed out.
What in specific? Sorry.
Just like explaining like yesterday, like us meeting Phyllis and like explaining that she's fine and stuff like that. At that time.
Sure.
Yeah. I just kind of write a little letter.
Okay. If you want to write it in a specific way, you can send me the text. Otherwise, you're just gonna say in general.
It's just in general. I don't have
Okay.
anything specific.
Okay. We can say that you already left it. You already passed it by.
Cool.
Okay. You all meet up here, and a wild shubo appears as well.
Yeah. Hey.
Oh, you guys get some good rest?
Mm-hmm.
I'm feeling.
I kinda fell asleep in the library.
Gosh, Avery, that's not healthy, probably.
Congratulations.
But, well,
That doesn't seem like you. Did you have? Is there a bed in the library, or did you just?
I fell asleep in my usual spot.
Well, try not to do that. That's probably bad on your back.
My neck hurts.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah. Luna. You can tell that like while she's looking at you, her cheeks are unusually red.
Huh.
She has a
Squeak
fever.
better.
Yep, she's dying. Finally!
Nice. Finally.
Her mother's cold was. It was genetic. It was passed down to her.
Oh
Yes.
no!
Well, y'all know where about the paw is?
I was gonna ask that too, actually.
I don't know.
I think he's like hiding or something.
I hope not.
I guess, do we just want to wait for him?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's just give it a few minutes, and if he still isn't here, we can ask around.
Okay.
While
Sounds
you
good.
Wait, I'm gonna read Dragon Book.
Okay.
I'm gonna...
You wait for 5 minutes, and then you lose patience.
Where the... I'm gonna head over to Cordelia, actually.
Wasn't
Was the chicken festival
Uh,
Silk-Paw's idea?
More or less.
Cedars.
Yeah.
Finally.
wasn't this his idea? Why would he be late if he came up
You're-
with it?
You reach to Cordelia, and Cordelia just welcomes you very, very tiredly, wearily.
Morning, Cordelia.
Morning.
Have you seen, Silk-Paw pass through the square or anything?
I think it was a little bit earlier this morning. I think I saw him going, south.
South?
Yeah, maybe you left the capital. I don't know.
Oh gosh.
Did he mention that to you?
He didn't say anything, it's... I kind of look up at the sky. South is that way.
I suppose it's probably going to the fair, maybe.
Oh, you think he just headed on ahead of us? Maybe?
Perhaps. I mean, it was on foot, so it's gonna take some time for him to reach there.
Certainly. Would there be like guards at like the gates of the walls of the capital or anything like that?
Yeah. Gate watch there are, yes.
Okay. I'll head back to the group. Thank you, Cordelia.
No problem.
Have a good day. Okay, guys. Apparently, Cordelia saw Silk-Paw early this morning walking south. She thinks he might have gone to the fair. I'd say we should maybe just like check with the guards there, see if they saw him leave. And then if they did, then I guess we just assume he's out of town and we'll find him there maybe.
Hopefully.
Okay, I guess are you guys ready to go?
I would like to wait a little bit.
Okay.
Yes, I also need to go somewhere else before we can actually go.
Alright, well, Waffles.
Barf.
It's a boy!
We're gonna head off into the city for just a bit. Stay here, and if Silk-Paw passes through, he'll see that we haven't abandoned him.
Barf.
I nod, salute.
He salutes as well.
Yo! It's the boy!
Good soldier. I'm gonna head back to the group.
He's
Okay.
the boy.
Where are we going?
I need to go to the temple.
Okay. Anybody else?
After that, maybe a little trip back to the library.
Yeah, that's probably good. I still haven't returned that book.
You should
Please do that.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. Sorry.
Avery's doing. Wait a minute. She's very serious about you returning your books.
Oh god. Let's
Do I have any
Yeah, the
books to
temple that-
return?
Didn't you take like a book about poisons and plants? Did you give that back?
That was a long
Yeah.
time ago.
Just
I
like,
took- I mean, my book. I've only had it for like a week at the most.
Avery
It's
finishes
the book
with most of her books in a day. Besides the language books, she usually gives them back right after.
Luna takes a while.
Luna
Sucks.
takes like
She's not a
2
fast
years
reader.
to finish a book. Oh, it's her!
She's always watching.
Okay,
Yeah, Luna takes like about 2 years to finish one book.
2 fortnights.
2 for what?
2 fortnights.
I want.
That is
I wanna-
fascinating.
Do you not know what a fortnight is?
Fortnite.
Okay.
Period of 2 weeks.
Let's move on. Come on, guys.
Okay.
I'm messing with
Are we heading to the temple, or is Shubo going alone?
I want to go with him. I want to see why we're going to the temple.
you. Okay.
I guess, yeah.
There's a kid who just yelled, "No!"
Field trip.
So you're all going towards the temple.
Yeah.
And slowly but surely, you reach there after a couple of minutes. And, make it bigger.
It is the woman.
And you can see as you approach Danita. That was kind of like Danita was peeking out from time to time, and she approaches. Good morning, guys. Nice to meet you. Shubo,
Morning, man.
nice to meet you again.
She does a little wave.
She waves back.
Oh.
You put you kind of you pass a finger through your mustache and
my
no.
Like,
Yeah, she waves a little bit back, and Danitha looks at you, Shubo. Go like, well, is it time?
Yes, we're ready
Yes, that. Oh.
Yes.
Shubo, Avery's looking between the two of you. And then she starts drawing something.
And she Danitha joins the party.
Yeah! We get
Go
a
for today.
Oh, we get a real hero.
forever! I'm a healer. I can heal.
Bitch, you never heal.
I'll heal you after the fight.
After the fight. Well, I'm already dead by then. I got eaten.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, Danitha.
Worthy sacrifice. So, what'd you do?
I guess we head toward the library now.
Danitha looks at you and is Silk-Paw? There was another one, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're having trouble finding him.
Mhm.
We think he might have headed off to the festival this morning.
Okay. Perhaps we will see him there.
Hope.
Anyway, you wanted to go to the library?
Mm-hmm.
Don't stop.
I'm gonna once we get to the library, I'm gonna stand outside the door for like a solid 20 minutes, not minutes, seconds.
20 minutes.
You wait outside for a good 20 seconds to the
Yeah.
point that Danitha kind of whispers to you, Shubo, what are we doing here?
I'm gonna go in.
Give her time.
Gonna follow her in.
Go in.
Okay.
No noodles. Oh, there he is.
Noodles, you come to.
Yeah.
You enter, and Willow is just pulling out some stuff. Oh! Welcome back. So,
She's gonna
we
give a
ready?
little wave. She's gonna do a little nod.
Very well.
Willow, I just before you guys have whatever conversation you're about to have, I pull out my book. I keep meaning to turn this. I'm so sorry.
Oh, don't worry, don't worry. She takes the book, gives you a silverback,
Oh, thank you. I forgot about that part.
and just give me a moment.
I think
And
I
she,
probably have a book.
you all exit, and she kind of closes, pull up the close sign. Well, as I said, not gonna be for the whole day, but I'm surely gonna enjoy some time with you.
Yeah. That's yeah.
Of course, none of you knew that.
Yep.
Cedar is
She didn't
stunned.
share it. That's classic Avery, not sharing information.
Yeah.
Well, Shubo didn't either.
Yeah, but Shubo, you know that he won't, you know.
I know.
You know that he won't share information.
It's not true.
Cedar is
I'm messing with you.
stunned.
He's a very truthful man.
Shubo is just like no information for you.
And Willow enters the party, then looks at you guys, goes like, "Oh, there's no Silk-Paw," and then looks at, "Oh, Lady Estrella," and she bows a little bit. Pardon me for my for not. And Danitha kind of like, no, please don't worry. Just today's just Danitha. Cedar, you take 1 psychic damage for non-understanding what's happening.
I think what
No,
psychic
I'm
damage
joking.
is Too many pretty women.
Yeah, there's Shubo next to you. That's pretty. You
Yeah.
Are we gonna?
Shubo in a dress. Let's go.
No,
You
please.
would wear one.
I will kill him.
Wow.
SMH. Ken hates cross-dressers. It's confirmed.
It's not me. It's Kijo.
Kijo, no!
Conservative? No way.
He's not a supporting
She's
mother.
not conservative, but she wants grandkids.
The
Wearing a
classic.
dress doesn't mean no grandkids.
The classic.
Well,
answer.
that is the you know a red flag for her.
That's how it works.
The classic
As
excuse.
soon as
I
you put
just
on a
want
dress.
grandchildren.
Grandchildren.
Yeah, let's go, grandbabies.
So, anything else?
I don't think
Just,
so.
head back to the square. Get out the cart.
Mhm.
Yeah, you summon your
And
cart,
get information about Silk-Paw. Exit.
and
Oh.
as you
I'll
go
grab
down, Waffles comes back to you.
Wobbles.
Attention, sir.
Run.
Gosh, this cart is gonna be pretty cramped.
Oh,
I
the
can-
cart has enough space. You don't have to worry about it.
I don't. No, Luna just doesn't want to.
I like how they. Luna just doesn't want. Luna is surrounded by women. This is your dream.
I'm gonna.
The only women she likes is
Cause we're going to a festival. I'm just gonna like when we get out the cart, like I'm gonna really quickly. I'm gonna be in the cart for just a minute, just to quickly take off my fucking armor,
Mhm.
and then I'll wear noodles like a normal person wears a scarf, and I'm not like a weirdo.
Nice.
Ugh,
Cedar
I don't
always
like
has
hair
his
on
armor
my
on.
really weird. Then I just hop out and get on Waffles.
Okay. You hop out, get on Waffle, everyone gets in the cart, and you're going downwards to the southern gate to also fetch a little bit of information. The guards there tell you that, in fact, a certain Kitsune was seen today exiting from the southern entrance and taking the eastern route towards Humble. So, perhaps, yeah? It was already a couple of hours ago now.
I guess. Let's see.
But the journey towards Humble by foot takes a lot.
If we see
So-
him, we can just run him over.
Yeah, pretty much.
We're not even
you
gonna
going?
stop for him. We're just gonna run over. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Avery
So-
Begin
is
your
gonna
journey towards Humble.
Avery is gonna hand Shubo a really quick sketch, and it's of Danitha with really big wings, and then Shubo is just like with a sword in his hand, like. Oh, you know that one emote, that one gesture in Dark Souls with the sword? I forgot which one it was. It's a Dark Souls gesture.
You have my sword.
Yes, yes,
Yes,
That
I
one.
know that.
And that's the drawing.
She's gonna attempt to peek.
Oh,
That is a 17. She peeks.
Whoa.
She does in fact peek.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, Avery's gonna freak the fuck out, and she's gonna hide.
You are a very talented artist, very skillful.
Thank you.
She's just kind of hiding in her hat now. That was meant for Shubo's eyes only.
yes, I agree. It looks very good.
So, what's happening inside this car?
A bunch of awkwardness.
I mean, Anitha, it clearly looks happy. You can pretty much bet that she rarely leaves the capital in general.
Oh, okay.
Willow is chilling, and you can see her kind of like relaxing after a long period of work. So
Yeah.
she's kind of chilling.
Nice.
Waffles seems to be happy.
Nice. How Waffles was included in that. Yeah.
He's an important NPC.
Waffles is the
Yes.
best woman.
This is a boy, but it's the best woman.
Yes.
Best girl.
Best girl Waffles. Yeah, Avery's just
In
kind
the
of.
most
Oh,
I mean, technically, his gender is God,
Mm.
but yeah.
his pronouns are Jesus Christ.
everybody's just vibing,
My pronouns are
and then
you.
Cedar, in the most abrupt fashion possible, zero tact, just goes. So how do you stop a girl from killing herself by working too much?
Everyone turns towards you. Everyone turns towards you.
Yep.
Danitha goes like,
He
"Oh
adds,
no, that's bad,"
hypothetically.
and Willow goes like, "Is this person okay?"
Cedar is weird.
This is hypothetical. Probably.
Well, my advice, I would say, is to make her understand that make this person understand that, the value of not their own health and the impact that hurting oneself can bring to the rest of the family and loved ones. Yeah, I agree with Lady Estrella, Danitha. Danitha, right. She's a big deal. I want to mention.
Yeah.
She's a big deal.
Yeah. She
Yeah.
is.
The Estrella family is
Shubo just casually
probably
asking
like.
one of the
She's,
biggest
so
noble
basically,
families out
we
in the
have
day.
like this: Numis family because of royal
Yeah.
blood,
Makes sense.
Grizz family because of shit ton of money.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Astrea
Yeah.
because they are the major wielders of any holy, priesthood in general.
Mm.
So it's kind of the third biggest family. So
Makes sense.
like not biggest in terms of people, biggest in terms of noun. One outside kind of just rubs her face into Waffle's fur because she never gets to feel all over the face, and he looks fluffy. It's extremely soft, and it kind of makes you to not want to stop.
What the heck?
It's very fluffy. It's and it seems that Waffles appreciate the attention, so win-win.
Okay, what happens if her job is like really, really important? She can't really stop, and the problem is that I am also a workaholic, and I understand her point, so I don't really know how to get her to stop.
Can I roll? Do I even need to roll to see who the hell he's talking about?
You can roll on you can roll a d20 on a roll of 2 to 20. You understand.
Okay, watch me roll a 1. No.
You understand.
I squint at him.
Willow looks at you and goes like, "Well, if you two are both workaholics, perhaps one of the best way you can help her is to simply make her feel like she's not alone."
Avery's gonna nod.
Okay. Thanks.
Shoopster, what you doing?
I look at Avery, and Miss Desmonds, is your neck feeling okay?
It's okay. It's not that bad.
Willow kind of pats your head on top of, like, pats your hat basically, and goes like, "Yeah, this one kind of likes to sleep on books apparently."
It doesn't happen that often. It happened more often back home though.
To be honest, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, but I don't
Is your
think-
back feeling? Is your neck feeling hurt?
It's a little sore, but it's not. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It should be fine in like a day.
If you
Oh God.
Sorry, continue. Shubo.
if you need to, I can give you a small massage.
She's gonna tilt her head a bit.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Oh, sure. If you want to do that. Otherwise, it can help as well.
If you want to, I won't say no.
Danitha kind of just touches your neck with one finger. You're fine.
Huh.
She's the weakest, but she's an Astraea.
But that's not as cute and intimate.
You can always fake it.
No.
Avery fakes her neck
We
burn so
need
she
the
can still get
fan
a
fiction
massage.
moment.
You want that moment between Shoeboy and Avery? I
No!
Train sparked something. Okay.
No!
Saying words, man. I'm just
Yeah, the
saying
birds.
words.
Arthur, shut the fuck up! No! Avery's gonna like, she's gonna like tilt her head side to side, turn her head a bit.
Huh. I guess what they say is true.
What they say?
There's no healer like an Astraea.
Oh, there's no healer like an Astraea. That is surely something important. But you'll have to see my parents and my cousin and yeah, they're amazing.
I'd say you're amazing yourself.
Let me roll for something.
Uh-oh, Skedios.
She stares at you, kind of like you sneak attacked her ego, and she goes like, No, don't say that.
I'm just telling the truth.
She immediately like looks away, diverts the eyes because she's very weak to compliments. Please give her a hand. Like she needs help.
um, I wanna. It's a weird question. What?
She's gonna look at Danifa and Willow.
What are your favorite authors, if you have any?
Authors?
Yeah.
I mean, I read a lot of many things. Don't really know what to say, to be honest. I mean, I would be excited to meet Salus, one of the authors there that lives in Humble.
Oh.
That I've been reading her book series, and I think in Humble there's also another. Yeah, I think she lives there. Yeah, the Miss Halig. Yeah, she lives there, and yeah, I mean, I read a lot of books. To be honest, I don't really know what to say.
When she says that name, Avery's eyes glow. Yes.
Oh. She. Uh.
No words. Just excitement.
Yeah, Danitha kind of looks at you and goes like, "Well, personally speaking, most of the books that I read are just about how to become better."
No. Shuvo, say something.
I'm trying. She's trying.
Yeah, definitely very complex. Patience and science of blah 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 blah.
I like those two that you just said. I really enjoy their stuff as well.
Avery is like, she just looks like a hat right now. She's
Nice. She's the hat.
Yeah, she's hat
The
Avery.
hat speaks.
Yes.
Luna, while you're petting Waffles and you're going, at some point you see the Waffles bring down the head and brings it up, and you can see that he's now walking with a stick in his mouth.
Oh,
I don't know if Llama is still alive.
I don't know.
Good dog.
Her Wi-Fi died.
Yeah. Llama, please.
Llama.
Llama.
Llama, give us a sign. Llama, give us a sign.
Llama.
Sign, give us a
Llama.
llama.
Give us a sign when you're alive. Well, while we're waiting for Llama, let's continue.
Yeah.
So, anything in particular you would like to say more?
I really enjoy the books Miss Halig has written here. A lot of adventure books, and I just really enjoy them. It's hard to pick a favorite out of all of them.
I mean, I get it. Sometimes picking a favorite is not the easiest thing to do, but I would say that it's not even that much required. You can always lack multiple things.
She nods her head.
I understand that firsthand. I have many. I like my evocations. I love all of them. There's not one that I like more than the other.
See.
You are a cat.
An evoker.
Oh,
I think I didn't know that.
oh. Yeah, it was.
That is fascinating.
It was something I picked up a little while ago. I was reading a book about the magics and I saw Evoker and it was just really neat and I decided to start learning.
Get over
So-
here.
As you are going, and the cart is slowly, but almost reaching Humble. You guys are going and chit-chatting. Well, at some point you can hear a sound.
Oh? Oh God, he's here. Tell
The
us.
sound is one of a song
Oh.
that has been sung by a certain guy that is walking on the street.
Run him over.
And Llama is dead again.
Let's just wait for
Llama, please tell me that you're alive. We need you here. Oh, come on.
Oh.
Throw it at Silk-Paw.
He'll try to catch it.
And then Waffles will catch you.
This is
Me,
a
two
roleplay
dogs.
session. I need everyone.
Yeah.
Fair, yeah.
But yeah, Ken, would they recognize that song?
I don't think it even exists. It's something that you made up.
Now it does. Now it does. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, made up a song, boys.
Is it a Ruby song?
And my chemical
No.
romance?
No. Neither.
No, it's more like a sea shanty.
What
Yeah.
you gonna do with a drunken Silk-Paw? What you gonna do with a drunken Silk-Paw? What you gonna do with a drunken Silk-Paw?
Consume
Kick
him.
'em out the tavern.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you do with a drunken Silk-Paw. You tell him to get the fuck out.
Well,
Also-
well,
Actually,
wait.
since we're waiting, can you tell me your past perceptions real quick?
Mine
Oh
is,
yeah,
14.
it's 20.
Just casually.
Avery's 14,
Yeah.
and Rain.
I think
What?
Trains is like an 18.
Fuck me.
Maybe an 11.
What's happening?
Your mom.
What's your passive perception?
Yeah.
Like 20?
Everyone in this party is a really good passive perception.
You're 20?
I think he has
Yeah.
expertise in perception. Which is why he would
Yeah.
That would make sense, yeah. I mean, even with expertise, I am barely 17.
Oh no, Arthur.
What?
I have seen something.
Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? Uh-oh. Oh no.
It's
Yeah.
it's something.
It's something.
What is it? What is it? It's laying on
In
me.
fact, something.
What is
It's the artist of Oshinoko that said that she wants to draw something in particular, but she doesn't want to say what. And so the people are make a signal, you know.
Actually, never mind. I don't want to know.
Oshinoko is in a wild ride at the moment.
Yeah, do not spoil
Honestly-
anything to anyone.
Yeah.
Still
I
need to
won't.
watch the last two episodes.
Yeah, do it when you can.
Honestly,
Well.
honestly, Ken, that
Yeah.
one thing about the two of them, that's the reason I'm dreading reading the manga.
Read it. It's good.
I am trying to read. It's just that thing is talking to me.
Arthur,
And
it's
it's
a
not
troll.
whispering
It's
to things.
trolling. I bet it's trolling. Don't worry.
It worries.
Come on.
I've been backstabbed, betrayed multiple times.
Just Like, let's change the subject. Okay, so
Llama's
that
gonna
is
take
a
a few
dog.
minutes. And I need
we'll
to
wait
go
for it.
turn off the bullshit, so give me a
By
second.
the way,
Yeah?
was I able to recognize that name?
Were you able to recognize that name? Which one?
The author.
I just yeeted my cat. Oh god.
I would say that you probably know it, especially the second one.
Mm.
But it's more like, oh yeah, I know that. Wait a minute, why do I know that?
Okay,
Wait,
okay.
what was
Kind
the
of like
author?
that.
What is happening?
Okay, so can you hear and can you interact in a little, in a way, in your own way? Yes, somewhat. Perfect.
I'm also
So-
here.
So as I was saying, there is a certain Silk-Paw on the road that you can hear singing a song as it walks.
What are the words to this song?
Arthur?
I'm not gonna sing it, no. But I will get
Then
you
speak it.
again. Not gonna do that.
That's
However,
right.
what I can give you is this. There you go. That's the words.
Ah, it's this one. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder why I chose that. Anyway.
Mighty sword.
Gonna kill someone?
There you go. That's Silk-Paw.
Yep. He is far away, so you should be hearing it muffled. I wonder if that's actually the lyrics that matters in this way, but anyway.
Murder.
So, especially you, Luna, you can kind of see it without, having to peek out of a window. There is a Silk-Paw.
Yeah.
What you doing?
Run him down!
I should throw Waffle's stick at him.
No, I don't want to listen to that again.
And also, Luna, do tell me what's your passive perception. Oh,
I can tell you for her.
you can tell me. Yeah, you can tell me. I just need to know. That's it. I think.
I don't know how to see passive perception on Codex. Give me a moment.
Skills. Skills, perception, the bigger number.
The fuck are the skills?
The second tab.
Arthur,
Alright,
as a
then-
watcher, I don't have tabs.
Yeah, I think it's down. It should be like in the middle.
Okay, here they are. Perception. It's 14.
Wow, her and Avery have the same perception. I am shocked. But yeah, what do you do?
I'm gonna point. I'm just gonna point. I'm not gonna say nothing.
You run up to Silk-Paw with Waffles. You reach to Silk-Paw.
Cannon? If she
Wait.
doesn't call out, do you call out to her?
Howdy, stranger. Jump scare.
Cal, if you jump scare, he's gonna pull out his axe. Danger sense.
Murder.
You are successfully jump scared. And you take out your axe as a certain paladin here kind of startles you with a howdy, stranger. You do.
He kind of pulls it out, stares at her for a second, and then remembers.
Oh, who are you?
Hi! Who the fuck? Hey, you finally made it. Huh?
Oh, there he is. There's Silk-Paw.
Well, long story. Also, Luna, who is looking at him right now?
They are on a wagon there. It's far away. They cannot see you properly.
Yeah, I was thinking that. So,
So it's just
well,
Luna.
since it's just Luna, should I be imitate? No, never mind. It's gonna be. I'm gonna tell this to everybody as well. Luna, you and eventually Avery, whenever she gets here, you can see that he's acting weird.
It's not really Silk-Paw.
It's Changeling.
No, it's a doppelganger.
Replaced. Yay!
Yeah. How weird? As in fidgety, kind of weird. Not the usual Silk-Paw fidgety, but kind of oddly fidgety.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
You know, like Silk-Paw usually bounces when he's fidgety. This is a
Okay.
more of a messing with his axe kind of fidgety. Or belt. Or whatever.
Oh, okay.
He's plotting a murder.
Basically holding back violence, kind of fidgety.
No. You need a ride, or do you just want to walk the entire time? How far are we from the city?
Probably another 30 minutes by foot, 10 minutes on a ride.
Sure, I'll take the ride. I'll take
You, you get on the waffles.
He's gonna put his hands through waffles for enjoying this
It's
sensation
soaked.
now. Fuck you. Ah, thank you.
Okay, the cart catches up, and you can notice that now on waffles there are two people.
Oh,
There he is.
Oh, hello! And you can see these two women that say hi to you.
Bro became Gura.
Well, the Avery, you noticed the same thing, just like I said before.
Gonna raise an eyebrow.
Strubo and Cedar, are you both looking at him?
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you notice that he is particularly like interested in keeping his hands in something, just out of view.
Did he buy a fucking pet?
What the
What? How did you reach that?
How did you reach that?
How did you?
Because I'm the same way when I get a pet.
He has a knife.
Bruh.
I
He
don't
is-
Hide
want
your
this-
hand, or you have a cat?
No, I'm just
He's hiding
always
a
petting
gun.
them. He's
He's not holding a pet. No,
mm,
that would be too easy. No, he's constantly like keeping his palms hidden.
right.
And
Is-
once he notices Danita and Willow. Oh, hi you two! How did you get here?
We got invited. There's a chicken fair.
Avery's gonna nod.
Oh, hell yeah! Finally, there's more than just the five of us!
I want to talk to the chicken.
Waffles goes burf.
Murph. Sorry, I forgot about you. But actually, last time you weren't here, this is gonna be your first festival! Isn't that exciting?
Burf.
I mean,
Yeah, Burf.
Nice.
For a moment I thought they were like fucking insects. For a moment I thought like they were.
She's weird, but not that weird.
I mean,
She's just a little quirky, listen.
The fruit
We never know.
snacks.
Wow.
Llama just casually crunching on some bugs.
Please don't.
Don't stop. Back to the session. Back to the session. What did you want to say, Yatsu?
Yeah, Silk-Paw is keeping his hands hidden, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there something wrong with your hands?
He looks away from you. No!
You know, this is gonna be.
Don't lie to me.
This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun. Did it could also. No, it's not. Avery wouldn't do that. Never mind. I was gonna have to cast friends on Silk-Paw. Avery doesn't like enchantment magic, so she's not gonna do it.
Well, he's still looking away from you. I have no idea what you are talking about.
Fear just
Then-
squints his eyes.
If there's nothing wrong, then please show me your hands.
He shows you his palms, the inside of his hands.
Uh-huh, can you...
Willow
Can you
kind
turn
of
them
whispers
around?
to you. Willow whispers to you, Avery. Is there something wrong?
She's gonna look at her and she's gonna nod.
I have to hold on to waffles so I don't fall. He puts them back.
I'm sure you can hold on with one hand.
Sure, he holds the palm again.
The other side, please.
He holds up the other hand.
Oh my god.
Ugh,
Ugh.
please.
Here we go.
You see him kind of deflates a little bit. Why do you always have a sharp eye? He shows you the back of his hand, and his knuckles are scraped enough that you can see the red flesh under them.
What
No.
the heck do you do?
Oh, what happened to you? Danita kind of squints. Are you okay?
Yes.
Ew.
You get in a fight with a
Aren't you?
tree?
His more like this bad boy. He pats the shield. Pats the shield.
Ooh.
You know,
Need bandages and therapy.
no, I need neither.
We need llama.
Llama.
I really hope Llama can manage to fix stuff because this session needs
It's
people to be
important.
in BC. No, it needs people to be in BC.
Actually, thank God she died. Hold on.
Oh, I wrote it down somewhere.
Okay, now I just need to turn on my air conditioner because the power is back.
Oh,
Sick.
nice. Good shit.
Llama heard skin scrape.
Llama, please
and
tell me that
pain.
you're alive.
Llama, can you hear?
Speak.
She's back.
Okay,
I can
perfect.
speak and hear.
Yay! A miracle.
So, continue.
Nice. Yeah. As we left off is him patting his shield and just saying that, you know, got into a fight. So,
Once we're off
With-
of this cart,
Your shield.
I'm gonna look at those hands.
he looks at you. Ask me out for dinner.
Oh,
What the fuck is going on?
I don't know. I'm sorry to like this.
Your hands are.
Besides all of you, it's fine. A little reminder from now and then is not a bad thing.
What?
What did you?
Don't question.
Right.
It's like a win.
Well,
That's right.
it seems like we're
Need better
approaching the
hobbies.
town.
I heard neither of you.
It seems like we're approaching the town.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
You are
Yeah.
basically at the gate.
please
Well-
take care of yourself. Alright.
Says you.
So, Avery's gonna look at Willow. Is this your 1st
I'm not
time
the one
going
punching
to
things.
the chicken fair?
This is. I think I went there like 20 years ago as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is my first time.
Cedar,
never
You're
really-
gonna like it.
Cedar.
Oh,
Cedar gives her a
like
look
it.
that looks like he wants to obliterate her on the spot.
Do I see this look? Do I see this?
I think it's blatant enough. Yes.
It's just
There you
Aana
go.
age things.
Yeah, on the age. I'm just gonna squint at him.
It's not. He's like just gives her a glance, like bruh.
Danitha
He goes back
whispers
to
to
reading
you.
his journal.
Danitha whispers to you, Shubo. You are a very odd group of friends.
I am aware. Yes.
But yeah, you have reached destination.
Yeah.
So you get off of your respective means of transportation.
I want to buy a mastiff.
Buy a mastiff.
Yes, I want to buy a mastiff.
Sounds like a terrible
want a
idea.
I get
Oh,
off. I
great.
get off the cart and offer a hand to Danta.
Whoa, very gallant.
Yo, I can't do
Yes.
that. I'm too small.
You do that, and you help her get out, and she very much appreciates.
If anything, Willow has to help me out of the fucking carriage.
Oh yes, Willow's gonna help you.
Yeah.
What is the
Oh, no.
what's the festival looking like? Is it like
The festival, it's okay. In comparison to the Maple Festival, the Chicken Fair is a smaller thing. It's very local, but there are a couple of people that seems to have to enjoy whatever is happening. As you enter in Umbo, you kind of look at waffles and question if you should bring it inside or not. What do you choose?
Bring him anyway. Let's go. He needs to experience his first
Doesn't
chicken
hurt.
festival. He's gonna kill the chicken.
waffles?
Wait a minute.
I'm gonna bring you with me, but just like don't cause a fuss or anything, okay?
Borf
Uh,
gets very close to you and follows your steps. You enter the town, and immediately a guard looks at the beast, but seeing that it's very well behaved, kind of exchanges a look with you, and everything seems to be fine. And so you enter in Humble, and you see the chicken festival, chicken fair, with people having fun. There are some shops. There are some. You can see that there is a spirit of fun around, something like that. You can also see, after just a little bit, yes, you can also see what it seems to be like an informative table of this history of the chicken fair.
ooh.
And if you want to read it, I can tell you what about it.
Yes.
So-
I'll
Do it.
read a little bit.
The chicken fair is a local event, mainly aimed to celebrate the discovery of what is called the eternal chicken. In truth, this is the about like something like the 35th edition of the fair. as 35 years ago, about 35 years ago, this chicken was discovered, and so the first editions, from the first to the sixth, were all days in which all the strongest lumberjacks, warriors, all everyone would come here and try to kill this indestructible chicken. But at some point after the sixth one, realizing that the chicken people would break their swords and axes on this chicken. And the chicken would just keep on laying eggs and giving nourishment and helping around and just chickening around, basically.
I have a question.
People started to rather see it as a challenge to overcome, as more of a blessing of the gods, and so they decided to make a fair not to kill it, but to celebrate it. And that's why from the 7th onward, things kind of changed into a more positive way. Shut up. So this is more or less the general it's the general kind of background of the fair. As you walk around within the town, you can also see a lot of people. And among the people, you can also see some kind of shops and like small markets kind of thing. You can see people that kind of sell out snacks and other kind of and ice cream and stuff like that. Yeah, there's also ice cream.
Well,
and you can also see like people that sell some kind of souvenirs, something like that. Like you can see action figures, the small wooden action figures of the chicken.
all right.
And you can also see a familiar face.
Ooh.
I'm gonna go to one of those.
Let me
Did
actually
I go?
get it.
My
Where's the
laptop's
damn?
Where's the plethora of NPCs?
off in the distance, right there.
Go.
Let me
They're
get
all here.
Aaron Hemwick with his
Oh,
Shop of Marvel.
it's him! I can actually afford shit this time.
What?
Oh,
God.
look at what we have here!
Howdy.
Howdy!
Cute.
You enjoying the festival?
Just got here, so.
Oh well. I mean,
Scott.
you're gonna have plenty of time to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Well, I am here and I brought some stuff, and sales are going good. People like this festival. Well, there are not as many people as others, local festivities, but the people here seems to be, very festive. And so they're buying some funny stuff. Would you like to see something that I have for you?
Yes,
We're
sure.
gonna
Sure.
As someone who can actually afford stuff this time, I can actually
Anytime,
buy
Aaron.
my own shit.
Very well.
No one
let
has
me,
to
let
buy
me
stuff
send
for
you
me.
the list of items.
Love.
There's still going to be the items that you've seen the last time, plus a little bit more.
Yeah.
So this is the list of items.
Great
Are these between,
conversation.
Fear of rat control?
Oh my god.
Doll of violence. Doll of violence. I want to know.
Doll of okay. I kind of want to see
I
what
want-
that cloak
So,
of oh, wait, the cloak
Everything
of
I wanna
below
see.
the Horde of Hilarity, you already know.
Okay,
I'm
so these
pretty
are
I
the
forgot it though.
Bane
Yeah,
of the
if there's
drunkard.
anything that you want to
No!
read, tell me and I'll share it.
Chubbs is here. We can still get Chubbs. I want to know what the
Serious.
doll of
I-
violence is.
Yeah, me
Okay,
too. I want to know
shared
what the
it.
doll is.
Let me tell you, as you point towards this very cute doll with this. It seems to be like crocheted. It's very cute and has this adorable smile and golden hair. It's knitted with love. You can feel it. This is the description. I would ask you to read it aloud.
I will read.
I'll read it.
Okay, you can read it.
Do you
then.
want to read?
I mean, you can read
You
it.
don't talk. You're Avery. You can
Oh
read
yeah,
it.
I'll fucking read. I've been talking a lot this session. Fuck you. Inside the doll, a curse exists, making it so that within the doll, a fiendish being by the name of Layla is trapped. Layla can't do anything but talk with whoever holds the doll. She's extremely mad and violent and talking about all forms of revenge. However, she is comically angry in its own way. The influence of the magic within the doll makes whoever has it gains a +1 on initiative. I kind of want that.
Can I touch it? Can I touch it, please?
Aaron says okay.
Uh,
Yeah! I can hold it. Yeah!
You touch
Oh,
it,
boy.
and you can hear, "Who's that?
Yes.
Who's that? Fuck you!"
you know what? I
You can
kind of
actually talk!
Bro,
I kind of want to get this because this is just
Well,
this
duh.
is just a
Just
farm for
Send me
for-
out of this. Send me out of this doll, and I will give you the world.
I don't know how.
Yeah, I don't know how either.
No. This
You wanna
is just,
Hey,
this is just like a stretch
what about
point
you can
farm.
become... Why don't you be my adventurer buddy? We'll find a way to set you free in that way.
I
Mhm.
mean, if you promise,
It's
that
better
you
than
will
staying
feed
in...
me.
I'll
I
try,
feel like
shit.
these two are a bad combination.
I will bring you bad luck.
You'll bring me what?
If you don't free me, I will bring you bad luck. And once I'm free, I will destroy the world.
Oh my god, she's cracking.
Yeah! Wait, no, that's a bad idea.
I will do it anyway.
How about... Yeah, but if you destroy the world, what's gonna be left for you to destroy? That's gonna be boring.
I never thought about that.
Yeah, I know. right?
Maybe you could just
I-
destroy a piece of the world. A piece by piece, you know, taking time.
God, not again.
Oh. Not again. How about... Actually, there's this place that's called the Dead Sands. If I remember correctly, I'm not sure about the name. I'm not good with memory stuff. There's a lot of stuff there. Maybe you can start destroying there.
That could be fun.
What?
Yeah, like destroy one monster at a time. You'll never run out.
hearing this one
Maybe
side
I
of the
can
conversation
enslave
is
them and
very
make them my army.
I don't know. I don't think you can. It's like they're
I
not
will
really
take over
trustworthy.
everything.
You can try, sure.
And you can hear this voice in your head. You don't hear it aloud. You hear it in your head, but the doll is adorable.
I am talking aloud though.
You know,
Oh, fuck me. Oh,
Should we be concerned?
and Aaron kind of brings you, like, leans forward and goes like, "It's very weird. I kind of got my researches, and for what I know, however, you know, crazy that this you know, fiend is. Can you hear? Okay. However crazy this thing is inside, for what I know, it used to be like a fiend of an ancient population where the tallest was about 1 inch tall.
Oh my god.
So maybe it's a small one. I don't know. That's why the doll is considered
mean-
a priest, I suppose.
huh? What are you talking about? This is a lovely person in here. And a little obsessed with destroying stuff, but how
You
much
need
is this?
help.
The doll is 20 gold pieces.
Not bad.
I can
Hey,
tell
sure.
you what
Here's
the-
20.
For
I can
I don't
send
think we should
I'll
again
give
the
it
to
to
be
old quote.
together.
I will send the old quote back. You can read it if you want.
Oh yeah.
Oh right, it just
There you
always
go.
returns.
I gave you 20, Ken.
What
Oh, that's
is?
such
Yes.
a weird. That's such a weird name.
Yeah. What does the ceremonial locket do?
I will tell you. The ceremonial locket is. It seems to be some form of pendant, right? It's a pendant made of silver and brass, and it seems to be like various circular shapes that make background for a stylized icon of Victoria, the Kind Mother. You can read
worship her.
this.
I will. The locket has magical power imbued inside. It can be used to cast a ceremony spell in one of its many ways by ignoring material components and spell slots. When used,
Marriage.
it can't be used again for 2d6 days. Okay, that's pretty fucking. That's.
Don't get that. That's one of the only spells I know.
I'm gonna get it anyway.
Let me be
How
useful,
much?
please.
Oh, there's that, but there's also the Ring of Bricked Conversation. What the fuck does that?
You want
I
to-
want to know what that is.
Okay, let me share that with you. First thing foremost, it's a ring.
I
It seems to
also-
be made. Sorry. One at a time.
Don't worry. We can
Can I
continue.
Okay. It's a ring that it seems to be made of like steel. It's kind of beefy in terms of like it's not a small one, but it's a big ring made of steel, and it seems to have a dull stone plate or blue collar socketed inside. This is the effect. You can read it if you want.
Once per day, it lets you cast a special version of Speak with Animals, but rather than speak with animals, it lets you speak with inanimate objects, like a chair, a wall, or a glass of water.
I need to get that for tables.
You get it?
How does
Oh,
that work?
God.
You don't know how much that inanimate object is going to be able to talk. I want to underline that. They are not living beings, so they can communicate, but it's kind of weird.
Okay, what? And I also want
Yeah,
to
they
see
don't
the,
have consciousness.
the Ring of Rat
Or they
Control.
should.
Would
eh?
they?
The sphere of rat control.
Fear of rat control.
Yeah, that's
You
rat.
see that this is seem
is very
like a
confused by
sphere,
that ring.
a sphere that it kind of like it would fit in the hand of someone like Luna. For you, it's a little bit bigger, Avery.
Yeah.
But it's a sphere of blackened
orb.
metal and wood, and it's reinforced by like a rings of iron that seems to be rune encrypted, so it's clearly magical.
Let's see what it does. On the sphere, it lets the wielder focus on one rat of smaller, tiny size and command it. The rat will recognize you as its overlord and will follow any command. However, you can only control one rat at a time. Okay, I'm tempted to buy all three of these. What is the Bane of Drunkard?
Yeah, I was about to ask, what is the Bane of Drunkard?
Okay. Well, you see, it appears to be a small flask of metal adorned with leather and a little bit of some form of pattern on top of it, of decoration on the leather. This is the effect, if you want to read it.
Any liquid that can be poured inside has the capacity of half a pint. Liquid that spends 1 minute or more, 1 or more minutes inside maintains flavor but loses any effect it can have on the body besides it. Oh, I could put acid in there.
You can put acid and just taste the acid, but it's not gonna give you anything. You can put alcohol in there, and the alcohol is not gonna make you drunk.
So it's just
Luna
gonna,
needs
so it's
this.
gonna taste like shit
Actually,
without doing what it's supposed to do.
Exactly. That's why it's called the Bane of the Drunk.
Okay.
I should give that to Iron Dice.
You can drink poison with it.
Yeah, true. I'm gonna use my own special cup. I'm gonna buy the ceremonial locket.
Ceremonial locket is 22 gold pieces.
Okay. I will
Jeez.
22, and I'm
That's a lot of
also
money.
I'm also
Okay,
gonna
I-
buy. I
Shit,
also
I mean-
want to buy the Ring of Bricked Conversation.
That is 12 gold pieces.
Okay, so 22, 12. Do I need the cup? I'm you know what? Fuck it. I'm also gonna buy the Sphere of Rat Control.
Okay.
Okay.
That is 17 gold pieces.
How much
Okay,
does the Bane of Drunkard cost?
so
That is 15 gold pieces.
let's see. I have enough. I definitely have enough. It was 22, 12, and 17, right?
Mm-hmm.
22, 12,
51.
Thinking about it.
17.
about it.
I still have 71 gold.
Look of eternity.
Okay. Avery's gonna have like
Leave.
these two things, and she's gonna like open her bag, and she's gonna put the sphere and the ring in there, and she's gonna hold the ceremonial locket out to Willow.
You want to give it to her?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, is that for me?
She's gonna nod.
Well, that was expensive though.
I have more than enough gold.
Well, if that's, I will gladly accept it. And she immediately puts it around her neck.
Nice. You can cast ceremony once per day. That one's for day one.
If any one of you die, she will performing a funeral. Why not?
Yeah.
I can get it.
Yo.
I'm gonna fight her.
Why?
What if you die?
It's one of my only useful spells.
But if you die, who can make a funeral for you?
Okay,
She's
she
dead,
can have my funeral. I'm gonna sue her if she does funerals for everybody else. That's my job. bitch.
Avery's hiding.
I
in a
also have ceremony now.
Nice.
Okay, so I get the Ring of Bricked Conversation.
Yep.
Ken?
Anything else you would like?
I don't know, that's all I wanted. Actually, I kind of want to buy the Ring of Chubbs. What did that do again?
Let me share it again. It's a ring with a big oval blue gem in it, but it doesn't look very shiny. Can you... Oh, the Oakwood, I can tell you the Oakwood... It's a magical weapon. So the Oakwood costs 80 gold pieces.
Oh.
It's still a magic weapon. It bypasses magical resistance. You can read this for Chubbs.
Okay, let me get this. Let's see, what does Chubbs do? Ring in the Madhouse of Chubbs, a big chunky Totoro-looking beast with a passion for acorns. As an action, it can be summoned from the ring and asked either to do a simple task in which he's going to do his best, or be asked to share one of his magical acorns that heal 1d4 HP. He cannot speak, but understands any language. Okay.
I will add it can only share 1 acorn per person.
Yeah. So everyone can get 1 acorn.
Hmm?
And it costs an action every time.
Fair. Okay. It is.
I don't want Chubbs.
Yeah, Chubbs. I also kind of want Chubbs.
I have too many companions. I don't need them.
You know what? I'm splurging. I'm gonna buy Chubbs.
Crazy.
Buying Chubbs. Does it require attunement?
Nope.
Okay. I have so much shit to add. I don't remember what I bought. I bought the ring. I bought the ceremony, which I gave to Willow. I bought the sphere. What else did I buy?
You're buying everything.
Yeah, I would if I could.
SMH greedy.
This is the first
Typical
time.
Avery.
This is the first time. This is the first time she's been able to freely spend her money without worrying that, oh fuck, my mom's gonna die and so is my dad. Leave her alone. I brought the ring, the sphere, and I brought Chubbs.
Ken, just so you know, this entire time while they were buying stuff, he was talking to the doll.
Yeah.
You are slowly going to become.
Luna's just worryingly glancing at Silk-Paw every few seconds.
You can hear him talking about destroying things.
I'm not gonna ask.
I'm just gonna look at
Vein.
Danifa. Is there anything you'd like?
Oh, not really. Don't worry about me. Thank you.
Not the
All
Bane
right.
Drunkard. It was like 20 gold pieces.
Buy
right?
her something anyway. Let's go.
Bane of Drunkards.
Yeah.
I think it's 15. Let me check again.
Actually?
I have too many tabs open.
Yeah.
It's 15. So you have bought Bane of Drunkard, Ring of Brick Conversations, Fear of Rap. All the new items, you have bought them all. So let me cross them out.
I do have a question for you, Ken.
And you also bought the Ring of Chops.
Here we get Chubbs.
The Cloak of Eternity is the one that can't be destroyed, right?
It's indestructible, no attack can damage it, and magic can destroy it only if it dispel its enchantment, or this is a disintegrate spell.
Oh, how much is that?
17.
That's pretty cheap.
It does
for something.
nothing
I'll take
besides it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay.
What does the liquid luck do again?
Liquid luck.
Sounds like something Yatsu needs.
Wow.
How often can you use the
I will. I will ask you, Yatsu, to read me this.
Oh god, I have to read.
No.
He doesn't know how to do that.
If I'm
Wait,
drinking
what
it, you can
effect
treat
is
any
that?
natural one you get for the rest of the day as a nat 20.
Oh.
Wow.
Silk-Paw should get that.
If you were to put water in the Bane of the Drunkard, would it not hydrate you?
I guess it still goes in your body, so it's still like water. But like any additional effect besides assimilating water is kind of like nullified.
Okay.
Like a
Okay,
potion or some poison or something.
I want to summon Chubbs.
So
I can
if
just
the
drink
poison,
anything.
like if you put water inside, but the poison that water is infected with dysentery or something, you're not gonna get it.
So you can effectively
That's
drink
what I wanted
tainted
to
water.
use it for.
Yeah, you can drink piss.
Huh. Filtration.
Well, it's gonna
Cedar-
taste like piss.
It's gonna taste
Cedar
like piss.
totally imagined.
Yeah. It's still piss water. Piss water. I'm gonna summon
you
Chubbs.
can drink this and it'll taste like
You summon
piss.
Chubbs?
I summon Chubbs.
Okay. Let me take it out. Chubbs is here.
Oh my gosh.
God,
He's so
there's
cute.
so many
Yes,
tokens.
little man!
He summons Chubbs and looks at you, waiting for a command.
I'm gonna
And Danitha starts to pet him.
I'm gonna wave, and she's gonna wave at Chubbs. I'm gonna think for a bit.
Do a little dance.
She's just testing.
It will do a little dance. It's using its chubbness, its chunkiness as a way to break dance.
Oh my
It's
god.
gonna break dance on his chunkiness. I don't know. It's gonna spin on his
So
on his
just that
belly.
meme.
It's,
of the
it's,
cat.
it's spin on the belly.
Oh. Avery smiled a little bit.
It's adorable. I am happy.
Ken,
Mm-hmm.
may I gently start walking away from them?
She's dead.
He's being
You want
controlled by the
to you
dog.
want to gently walk away from me?
I can just.
Gently just walk outside.
Just give me a moment.
Yeah, take it down.
With the sphere of rat control, I'm constantly gonna be asking, "Are there any rats around?" Are there any
I
rats
can tell
around?
you that
The only red I
currently
see
no.
here is-
Damn.
The only
But
rat
I
here
just
is
want to take
Avery.
a step away from them just to look around the rest of the festival.
Yeah, just give me a moment.
Yeah, take it down. That's just.
I wanna find the fucking chicken.
So far, still talking to Leona.
Okay,
Let me add an NPC.
Oh, take that.
Uh-oh.
That's
Avery's gonna look at Willow.
Is it the doll?
We'll wait for Ken to stop being busy. Who the fuck
Yeah.
is that? Oh my god, it's the demon!
My
It's
little
cute, though.
baby!
It is really
My
cute.
little demon baby!
You get a +1 on initiative from that fucking thing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
because the violence is so much that you feel like it's cheering on you.
I
To
do ask for-
to do
I-
sin.
Fuck yeah, I will sin.
Oh,
I don't know how.
good. Avery's
As
really
Chumps
wants to
finish
stab
the
doll.
dance, you can hear someone applauding a little bit.
who's the... Eh!
That was very cute. And
That's nice.
Chumps kind of like bows a little bit and then goes back in the ring.
Bye, Chubbs.
Whoop.
Oh hi! Look at you.
Howdy.
Oh hello. Everyone kind of says hi to Daisy.
Everyone knows Daisy. Everyone knows her.
Everybody knows.
You're enjoying the
He's the
festival
best.
too.
Avery's gonna nod a little bit.
We've mostly just shopped at this guy's store, but
This guy.
Well,
I got a curse.
Oh yeah, how much was the
Aaron
ring of
more than
chubs?
this
I never
guy.
really got a price for it.
16.
Okay,
16.
that's not bad.
Well, I hope you guys will have a nice day. I'm sure that sooner or later you'll have to get a new quest from me. I've been studying a little bit the situation, you know. But anyway,
Really?
enjoy.
Have fun.
Okay,
Bye.
enjoy the festival too.
Um,
Bye.
Avery's gonna look at Willow.
I kind of quietly just register what way she went,
Okay.
just in case.
So,
The resonator. Let's go.
Yeah, Avery's gonna look at
Go
Willow.
after her, I believe.
Is there
Everybody's got Riz here
is
but
there
me.
any must sees or must do's at the chicken fair?
Well,
The chicken.
surely the chicken
Have
is gonna
See
be
the chicken.
the chicken it gets it's put out like at some point within the festival,
Oh,
and but for now it's probably still in preparation.
yeah. Is there anything else?
No, Silk-Paw has Riz. Silk-Paw is
Yeah.
rizzing up a doll.
Don't say
No,
that ever
he's
again.
adopted her. he has adopted her. She's
Andrew's
But-
the doll.
I wanted to call him William. That's not his name.
Okay.
Aaron?
Yeah, Avery.
No one burned down a town. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna
but-
check out a gift shop.
I
You
have
check
no
the
idea
gift
how I
shop.
came up with that name.
You check a gift shop. You can see that there are many small toys, chicken feed,
Yeah,
basically.
I feel like by the end of this campaign, Bright is gonna have way too many souvenirs.
Yes.
She'll pick out. Is there like a chicken plush?
Yes, you can surely find something like that.
How's Shubo?
Yeah, I'll try to buy that.
Yeah. It's gonna cost you 2 silver.
2 silver ain't bad.
I mean,
Ask
unless if
if
you depends if you
Cordelia
want to
likes
get the
chicken.
plush or the plush that is basically Silk-Paw size.
Get that one!
Because there's also there's basically a plush that works like a bed.
Get that one!
I don't. Would my okay? I don't know. Would my dad be okay
Would
with
like
that?
to be in bed with me.
Being in his
Chicken
house.
bed.
Like beanbag size is like a bit more reasonable. Bed
I
size.
don't know if you have an idea of that giant real life sized Snorlax plush that you can basically
Oh my
use as a
God.
bed. That's basically it.
Okay,
It's
I've
a
got
giant fluffy chicken.
You love to see it, man. You love giant fluff chicken.
I just want to see it.
Ken,
Oh my god, I
Yes?
can't get this, can
I have a question for you. Come to your DMs.
I am looking. I have I have 2 screens open, so I always can see when you DM. So don't worry, you can just DM. Yes, that
You-
one.
That is a
You said that there was ice cream, right?
Yes.
yo.
Okay, I'm gonna go there.
I'm gonna follow. We're following Silk-Paw. Well, that's not Silk-Paw. That's Shubo. That's the opposite of Silk-Paw.
You 4 go there.
Yeah. Well,
And,
I,
Actually,
do you
I'm gonna
want
get
ice
2
cream?
plushes.
yeah.
What flavors are there?
Well, it's mostly fruit-based flavors.
Ooh. I've never had fruit ice.
So you can get lemon, you can get strawberry, you can get blueberry, you can get yeah, banana. I don't know.
Banana!
What's your favorite flavor?
Avery just gotta look at
I
Willow.
asked Anatha.
Danitha thinks a little bit, probably a lemon.
Alright.
If I bought a giant plush, would it be like? Do I just like give them an address to deliver it to, or do I have to carry it?
You can probably send waffles as mean of postman, post dog.
Yeah.
How much would a big giant chicken cost?
A big giant chicken would cost you 6 gold coins.
Whoa.
That's too cheap for me to turn down. if my dad doesn't want it, I can keep it in my new house. It's a great deal.
I'm big. There's a big ass
Okay, I'll buy the giant chicken plush.
Okay.
I'm gonna buy 1 strawberry, 1 lemon, and give the
Okay.
lemon to her.
Avery's looking
She
at me.
is very grateful. You the expenses you're gonna have to pay like 2 copper for each, so it's
Okay.
like 4 copper. And she kind of has her coppers in her hand, ready to give it back to you.
No, I invited you.
I mean, but I feel guilty. You know, you brought me here with the wagon, and now the ice cream. I really appreciate it, but I want to pay back.
It's all right. I invited you as a thanks, so
Well, thank you. And she starts eating her ice cream very, very, very happily. It's very good.
Is there one that you want, Willow?
I personally like a blueberry.
Oh.
Yeah, Avery's gonna hand her money because I doubt she can.
And before you do that,
Uh-huh.
before you can do anything, she kind of steps on.
No!
So, what do you want, Avery?
Avery.
Strawberry.
Very well. And she picks up a strawberry and a blueberry for herself, and she gives you the strawberry. Yeah. And
The goddamn switcheroo.
yeah, she basically walked like above you, but
Yeah.
you're small.
So you can just step over me. I
Let's
can't.
give you a moment for for Arthur to be back.
Avery's. How big is this ice cream compared to me?
I can't mind.
The ice cream is
fluffy.
particularly big, but it's manageable.
Alright, yeah.
Sorry, train. So you bought 2 chicken plushies, 3 chicken plushies.
3.
The big ones.
The big one or the normal one?
Small one.
Alright.
Small one. Okay, so for 3 you're gonna have to pay 6 silver.
Yeah.
Yeah. So make sure to write that down.
Did.
Let me check
I'll
if
be right back.
Arthur is alive. Arthur is online. What's going on?
Avery's just munching, man, on her ice cream.
I think it was like some form of Beyblade of wood.
Can I talk to my ice cream?
Maybe.
With the ring of brick
Do you wanna
conversation?
talk?
You
to
have
the
once
thing
per
you're
day.
eating?
Keep in mind.
Yeah, it's once per day.
But you can talk with your ice cream.
Do I? No.
Silk-Paw.
I don't think I will.
Yes. Yes.
Silk-Paw, you begin to look around when a kid kind of bounces on your leg, basically.
Keeping an eye on so far.
Like,
Hello.
it kind of goes against you because it was running around,
Yeah. Hello. What are you
Oh,
doing
it's a
here,
little
little
boy,
buddy?
little anime.
and looks up to you with his own ice cream that he kind of look. Oh, sorry. And you can
No,
hear the
no
dog
worries.
going like, "Steal his ice cream. I want it."
I look at the. No, I'll buy you. I'll buy you later.
This
I cannot eat it.
Just.
Be careful.
This is actually just like.
Doesn't matter. You can feel it.
Hey, bro, what do you want? The souls of the innocent. A bagel.
Yeah, basically.
2 bagels.
I'll pet the boy's head, Okay, be careful.
He kind
You might
of
drop
tilts
your
his
eyes,
head
take it.
and go like, whatever. And he goes away.
Don't worry. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Who the frick
What
was
a
that?
weirdo.
I'm gonna be following Silk-Paw.
I know.
You go around, but funnily enough, as you go around in the town, something else happens.
Oh no.
Noroi,
Mm-hmm.
you can feel something that tugs on your pants, basically. They kind of like, it's basically something that perhaps is like Avery sized, but when you look, it's not Avery. But you see a face that is vaguely familiar. Maybe you've seen it once or twice.
Oh my god!
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah! It's her!
It's her.
It's the baby!
Can I
Shut
help
up,
you?
everybody. I'm ready for this.
I don't remember who this is.
Oh, you don't
You
know.
have no clue
It was in the
that.
one shot.
Shubano.
Oh.
That's me.
So what did you say yesterday? I couldn't hear you. The thing was.
I just said that's me.
Oh,
Ah,
you're hearing things in
you've
your head.
grown
Oh
up
my
so
God.
big. Look at you.
Huh?
She kind of tears up a little bit.
Are
Ah.
you alright?
My should introduce myself. I'm Bianca, but your father probably knows me more as B.
Go away!
Ah,
Go away! Stop it.
I'm
Stop being evil.
I'm gonna try to remember.
You can try to remember. Roll me a intelligence or history, I suppose. I don't know.
Okay. I'm gonna do
Intelligence.
history. Okay,
Okay.
sure.
Yeah, just straight up intelligence. It's not really historical.
I mean, it's
more
historical in that
hysterical.
sense.
It's okay. It's something that maybe it kind of swims around in your head, but you can't really pinpoint it. You can't really do that. You can also hear another voice going like, "Bianca, where are you? Oh, here you are."
So this is where you made off to. Oh!
Look who it is.
She
He's grown up
kinda
so big.
she see her eyes open wide and she hugs him.
What?
You know these people?
What happened
is
in one
kind of-
think
shot?
so.
Oh my, by the mother,
I
you've
Maybe Child
grown.
Noroi?
I'll
happened?
look at Anita. Bianca's gonna look at Anita. Just we were his father's old teammates.
Yes. About
We know-
it was a while ago.
Oh,
Oh, I
long
see.
one.
I didn't know your father was also an adventurer once.
She's squeezing Shubo's cheeks.
He was.
She's playing with his face.
Please stop
Freaking
that.
auntie.
She tilts her head a bit. By the way, her hair is obscenely long. She just kind of tilts her head a bit. You
Ken?
look just like him. And then she just kind
Some-
of stands up.
I know.
You've grown up into such a fine young man.
Thank you. I'm sorry,
Give him a
but-
minute.
I can't quite seem to remember you.
It is
It's fine.
very understandable. I don't think you've seen us since, well, You were
Wow.
born.
You
Since he was a
probably
baby.
have met them when you were 5.
Yes, it has been.
So 43 years ago.
It
Could
has
I
been.
could I have
quite
held
some
him when he
time.
was a baby?
Yes.
Oh,
No. Nice.
we should
I'm gonna
probably.
do the thing.
She should probably reintroduce ourselves. I am Alusha Halleck, and she's gonna hold up Bianca, waiting for her to introduce herself.
She's not gonna resist. I already did, but Bianca, your dad
Yes.
knows me more as B, probably.
Avery passes the fuck out.
What?
Avery faints.
Okay.
Avery's gone.
And she goes like, "Oh, Miss Aelig, I read a lot of your books."
She's gonna squint at Willow a bit.
This doesn't matter.
You look familiar.
I'll
I mean,
squint at her as well.
I think you, for a time, you were working at Muriston,
Oh
right?
yes.
She kind of
So
lower her
long
voice
ago.
when she says this.
Oh,
When she says
yes!
Muriston, she lowers
Yeah,
her voice.
yeah. She's still at
Yeah.
this point. She's just playing with Shubo's hair.
Okay.
I remember you were so much younger then. Actually, you don't look
Avery's
too
dead.
much different. Avery's fucking dead. You don't look too much different. I mean, that makes sense. You are an elf after all. Oh,
She,
your
I
child seems to have
Lucia, did
fallen
you?
over.
Oh no,
yeah,
she's not my child. She's Avery. She's one of my friends. She's actually a big fan as well. Probably got a little bit startled. She
Oh.
kind of shakes it.
She wakes up.
Role play with yourself.
No words, just noises.
Okay.
By the way, Retro,
Yeah.
did she put me down or am I still in her hands?
She's still holding you. Until you to ask her to put you
She's-
down, she's holding you.
She's gonna look at Shubo and kind of opens her hands like, "Hey, hold me." She's kind of doing the hand motion
She's
thing.
gonna hold Bianca out to Shubo.
Oh my god.
Hold me. Show me.
I look back, but then take her.
Yeah. When she does that,
Yeah.
Avery, Alusha's gonna walk over to Avery. So I heard you're a fan of mine. It is very nice to hear that. Avery is she is dying. She's combusting right now.
Willow is kind of simping as well.
Yeah. Not Willow. Alusha's gonna kind of dig around like in a small backpack, and she's gonna pull out a tiny piece of paper. And she's gonna write something on it, just like her name really quick. I don't have much to give, but most people I meet who read my books, I give them it's a little thank you note. And she's gonna write out on the note, "I'm happy to hear that you enjoy my books. I am trying to finish a new one at the moment, but I'm having a little bit of trouble. But I will finish it, and I will keep you in mind when I write the book. What is your name?"
I'm Willow, and she's Avery.
Avery. And she writes down at the bottom of it, Avery. And she hands it to Avery.
Okay.
I'd like to mention, Avery's 2'2", Alusha's 8 foot tall. So this is just
You kneel on the ground. and you give it to her.
yeah.
And-
Avery's gonna take it, and then she's gonna hug it.
Cedar, you look at the situation. You have no idea what's going on. Luna is basically
I smell
putting a
old
giant
geezers.
chicken on the back of Waffles because you cannot bring it around without like halving your movement.
I've got Waffles carrying it, and then I just like see them talking to strangers, and I'm just like, I'm out of here.
Okay.
So,
I'll walk off my
Smell
PC.
old geezers.
I'm leaving them to whatever they're doing.
so she's gonna look back to Shubo.
Donitha is gonna look at you, Shubo, with the kid in your hands. And she
Well,
kind of.
how is he holding me? Hold on.
I don't know.
Long cat.
He does not know how to hold you. It's kind of like the typical dad holding a baby.
Yeah.
He has no
She's
idea.
going to climb on your hand and sit on your shoulder.
So Alusha's gonna look back to Shubo.
She looks at you too and goes like, "That's very adorable."
So Shubi,
Yeah.
how is your father? Yeah, she called you Shubi.
I'm gonna throw chicken.
How is William
He's
doing? Oh, and
he's
Kijo!
doing
Kijo, how is she?
right. Also good.
Oh, that's good to hear. It's been a little while since I've been to the capital, but if I ever am back, I'll stop by and say hello. Maybe we can have dinner or a drink or something. It's she's just kind of she just places two hands on her shoulders, and there's a look on her face of just like she just has a smile.
Bianca is just
murderously.
One at a time.
yeah. Cedar is murderously staring.
They're too old.
Yeah, Avery's gonna not Avery. Actually, no, Avery's just she's just flabbergasted. She just got a note thanking her for liking a book from her favorite artist, so she's dying right now. And she's gonna look over your shoulder at Cedar. Oh, who's your friend? Actually, who's your friends?
I'm gonna throw a chicken plushie at her.
Well, that's
are you going to do that?
Are you?
I don't know why. I feel particularly aggressive today.
Alright, you throw it at her.
Okay, you can roll an attack roll.
While he's doing that, Bianca's just like trying to fix your clothes. Sure.
I'm just stuttering. My mask.
What stat
my
would
emotionless
that be?
mask is completely gone.
Donitha is just enjoying the view as she looks at you being mummied by a baby.
What stat is
Jeez.
used for a chicken plushie?
Help me.
Dexterity.
No.
Alicia's just oh yeah, it probably hits her in the face or something. She doesn't even seem phased by it. She's
Yeah.
oh, thank you so much. And she picks it up. I don't know why, but this reminds me of that one time when William broke that table.
Huh?
Do you remember the time? Do you remember the time we burnt those books?
Oh yes, when he
I'm gonna
tossed
buy
the
another
fireball in the
chicken.
library. Ah,
Right?
Excuse me.
You're not like him, are you? I'm sorry if he's causing you any trouble. She looks at Donita.
Oh, don't worry. Shubo is a magnificent person.
She's gonna look at Danny. Is this your wife?
No.
Is she?
She takes a step back and like her face is red.
No, but how?
My face is kind of red too.
She's
How
looking
many
at
chicken plushies can I buy?
They go up so fast. Oh.
You take another.
Take another one? Is he throwing more at me?
No,
Yeah.
he's just buying another one.
Oh,
Bianca looks at you, Shubo, and then at Donita, like,
Oh.
aren't you like, what, 40?
He would be about
Less
48
than a
right
third
now,
of my
I believe.
age, but
Yes, I'm 48.
Oh,
No,
you
I-
look so good for your age. Oh,
hold on, where's your
Thank you.
kid?
oh yes. Where are
I-
they? Do you have any?
Where are they?
No,
Where's
I
your
don't
wife?
have any. And
Do you
I
have a
also do not
husband?
have a wife.
Oh,
You have a husband then?
No.
oh, we support that if you do.
No. He does.
Thank you, but I currently do not have anybody.
Oh,
Fun
He
fact:
does.
saying you, people don't say
Yeah.
I support you if you do because it's totally normal here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I support it if you don't have kids.
Yeah.
That's
There we go.
yeah.
mm.
So,
Oh,
Kijo
no.
doesn't.
I think
Kijo isn't. Exactly.
She's gonna summon Aura.
Oh god.
Okay. Let me fetch.
Roll
Oh,
this character.
but how? Did you break up with them or?
What the
No,
fuck is that?
I never had anyone.
Aura, look who
She-
it is. I remember when he used to play with you when he was but a child. Oh.
It crushes on you.
Ah!
It's a little bit. It's vaguely slimy. Just
Avery is Avery. Anyway, let me
Avery
find
is
it again.
simping.
Yes,
That is not natural.
Avery. This is Avery right now. That's Avery.
That I'm going to hear you.
It's like wrapping
She-
around you like a scarf.
That's
Hey, bro, do you need help?
Bianca
Yes.
is looking very concerned at you. No,
Mm.
no. But are you? Do you have a fever?
huh?
She's checking your temperature. There's no way you had nobody in 40-something years.
I did not have the time.
I
think it's
think
pretty
you're
normal.
probably overwhelming him a little bit.
Oh, we're sorry. We're just
taking-
we're just super excited to see.
Oh no,
It's
don't
been-
worry. I don't mean to go against any of you. It's just I fear that he may just feel a little bit more overwhelmed.
Ah, yes.
Kind of
No.
squints, kind of give you a glance, since sees you in utter defeat, Shubo.
Cedar
I
is struggling
I
to
mouth a thank
remove
you
the
at her.
space worm.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Aura
He, like,
just
can't
kind of
grip it because it's too slimy.
Aura just goes back to
What the heck
to-
is that?
to Alusha and just kind of starts floating around her, just flying.
Ah, well, if I've been hearing right, you and these people you're with are the Blades of Hope, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Oh,
You're the group that won the tournament, right?
yes.
Well,
If I,
That's correct.
She's gonna look down at Avery.
if I remember correctly, it was you who won.
Avery does a quick nod
Uh,
before she starts shaking.
Oh, he's
Silk
gonna die
Plus. Silk-Paw seeing them is just. Oh, hi. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Alusha Hallig, and this is Bianca.
again. Would I have a
It is-
handkerchief?
It is nice to meet you,
She's waiting for you to say your name.
Silk-Paw.
Silk-Paw.
She
Hey.
shakes your hand.
She shakes her head. Ah, he points at himself, his head, and points at you. Wait.
Yes.
And she holds she just reaches behind her and she just holds up her hair.
White.
Wait.
White.
And he looks at
Racist.
Bianca as well. He points at her. Wait. Ah.
Well, everything is happening here.
You also see she has red eyes.
Yes, our darling.
Red eyes.
You are accompanied by a certain dog beast cat with a giant
on the-
chicken
I know.
plush.
I'm on the
And at
hunt
some
for
point-
my-
You can see the kid from before that kind of just looks at the beast.
Howdy?
Is it dangerous?
Nah, he's fine.
It pets it.
Alusha's very
nice.
happy to see Shubo.
Nice
um,
nice to meet. Bye.
Just give me a moment. While they're walking around, Luna, away from that chaos, and with the kid that's kind of like petting around, you see a man that kind of comes in that in general direction.
Ooh.
Oh, Richard, here you are. Oh, sorry. I hope it wasn't bothering you. Come on,
Oh.
Mom needs you.
No, not at all. Sorry.
Wow, this is a. Is this a Faladin?
Yes. He's a sand runner.
Oh, why would be? Would it be here?
It's a complicated story, but I'm sort of an adventurer, and he
Fascinating.
works as my companion thing.
I understand. Well, my wife would love this kind of things. She's very curious. Maybe we should show it to Abigail. What do you think? And he nods. Well, sorry again for my kid. It's very curious.
Oh, no, not at all. It's not a problem. I just, yeah.
Well, I hope you enjoy the festival. And if there's anything that you would like to need or know, my wife Abigail is pretty much one of the main organizer around here. So hopefully we can help you.
Lounge for a second. Mod. Whew. That was weird, Waffles.
Anything you're doing in particular, Luna?
Waffles is. Me and Waffles are hunting for a wife.
Sorry?
I want to go find Daisy.
Okay. I mean, you search around, but to find a firbolg of that is like almost 8 feet tall and with incredibly long red hair, it's not hard. After a little bit, you can notice the giant figure of Daisy.
I tried to pretend like I wasn't like looking for her.
You kind of whistle.
And like walk up. Oh, hi Daisy.
Oh, hi Luna. I see. I see you again. Nice to meet you again. Are you enjoying the festival for now?
Yeah. Just exploring. My party's doing something. I'm really not sure. So I'm just taking a minute to look around, see what's going on.
Understandable. Well, anything you like to do? I can keep you company if you want.
Sure. What are you up to?
To be honest, not much. I'm just trying to, get a little bit of rest and not really thinking too much about things.
Okay. I'm sure there's some kind of game or something. I don't know what's going on here.
I don't really know. I think it's more. It's small, a celebratory, but it's kind of a small scale place. So I don't think that we're gonna find many games. But seeing around all these people laughing, joking, and then all this chicken theme is kind of silly and it's funny.
Yeah. It isn't something I'm too used to. It's interesting place.
Well, how are you going with your, adventures and all?
All right. I mean, we've had some troubles, but we won that tournament, so that's cool.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Yeah. I don't know. It's going all right for me. I got. Well, I'm probably gonna be buying a house in Vespel soon, so I can.
Vespel? Oh, well, then we're probably gonna see each other a little bit more.
Yeah. You can come over and visit once I've got it all set up someday.
I'm sure thing. I'd love to.
Luna's very awkward and just kind of trying to look extremely casual.
Wait a minute.
And
You can roll me a deception.
okay, what's my? I'm definitely not proficient in that, so it's only a +2.
Okay. You manage to look decently natural, but a little bit of awkwardness from time to time. You know, it kind of pops out.
Yeah.
She's just kind of smiling and breathing the air of festivity and in community, kind of like. You can see that she's kind of enjoying this moment of basically nothingness, just this ability to stroll around. You can roll me an insight.
Insight. I have, I think, a. Let's forward that. Ooh.
Okay. Well, you analyze her very properly, and you can probably guess that she has been working hard on something, and there are all the signs of someone that is basically resting after working and possibly overworking themselves.
So, you mentioned you were working on something. How's all your work and stuff going? Just in general,
Well,
like,
I've been
you
I've not been doing many quests lately, but I have been researching more about the forest. Something is out there, and like the last time that we went there was quite the situation, and I think I found some traces of something similar to what we have seen before. And I'm trying to investigate and research about them. It's gonna take a little bit of time, but it must be done, right?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you've got enough information and stuff to get some kind of quest or anything, I think we will be happy to give you some assistance.
Okay. Well, I will be looking forward to that.
Yeah, you're just a pleasure to work with. Gosh.
While this situation is happening,
I have now picked
what's
up
going on
Shubo.
here?
I have picked up Shubo! She's carrying him like a little baby. Bianca's also on him.
Danitha is looking at this situation, kind of giggling to herself.
Yeah.
Best
And
achievement is nat 20
She's gonna
chicken grill.
look over at Cedar while holding Shubo like a baby. Your shrouded
Kill them all! Kill them all!
your shrouded
No.
friend over there is very generous. He's handing out chickens.
Huh?
A bit
I'm gonna kill
really
you.
strong chickens as well.
She's gonna.
She has a bruise on her face.
Oh no!
She's easily bruised.
Alicia's gonna.
She kneels down and heals you.
That works too.
When she
Alright.
kneels down, she holds on to her. She thought she was gonna carry her.
Well, she's gonna pick you like a baby.
Sorry,
She's
I was trying to protect Shubo
So, Shubo, is your father and your mother here, or?
via chickens.
Not here. They're still at home.
Oh, she's kind of like, you know that thing that mothers do when they just rock the baby back and forth? She's doing that with you.
Bianca's just gonna whisper to Danita, Ken, here's your DMs.
I really should visit
Also,
them sometime. It's
this-
been way too long.
Yes.
Maybe
Just to move forward. You know.
Yeah.
maybe after this you could visit.
Maybe. Undecided at the moment, but hope maybe it'd be possible. She's gonna like. Are there watches? Are there ways?
Danitha is gonna whisper you back.
Are there ways to tell time?
It's like midday basically.
Okay.
It's about like at this point it's probably 1 p.m.
Well, Bianca, we
We have something to do today, don't we? I
Hold
think.
on. I'm getting whispered to. Give it a second.
Take that whispered.
While she is getting whispered to, she is looking at Shubo
Yeah.
intensely.
We should go soon.
And when she says that, she's gonna start walking off with Shubo.
Oh,
Please bring our party member
Oh,
back.
I forgot. I was holding you. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're so light. And she puts
you back.
Yeah. She puts you down and she just kind of brushes you off, ruffles your hair a bit, and gives your cheek a little pinch.
Thank you.
She.
Also-
Rubo, can
Bianca-
I murder them on your behalf?
No.
No.
Dang.
Bianca looks back at Danica, looks at Shubo, back at Danica, back at him. She kind of squints at him. You either have a thing that's going on in your head, or you're a blind idiot. Anyway,
My
yes.
my family often called me idiot. Yes.
No!
She pats her head. Don't worry. Right now, you cannot be the idiot.
She's
It's
gonna.
just not scientifically possible. Oh, anyway, Alicia, we did have something to do today.
Oh yes.
Let's go.
She's gonna walk over to Cedar and give him a hug before he leaves. It's a hug that's like she's picking him up off the ground, and then she's gonna put him down and leave.
Silk-Paw's looking at her
Cedar looks like he
expectantly.
wants-
Oh! Oh yeah, she stops as well. She stops at Silk-Paw and turns around.
Yes, here's her hair.
Her hair, like, it's a lot of hair, and like from a look, you'd expect it to be very tangled and very.
Burn it.
No! Don't burn it.
He take.
I agree
No,
with
he
the dog.
ignores that.
You would expect it to be like very tangled and just kind of but it's like untidy, but it's very neat and it's extremely soft. And as you're running your hand through it, you find a pen.
He looks at it. Do you need this?
And she turns around and looks at it.
Oh, you found it. I was looking for that for 2 months now. You can
There
keep
you go.
it. You can keep it.
Oh, really?
Months don't exist.
Yeah, months. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
I forgot what they were
Yeah.
called. Wait,
Season.
2 seasons.
2 seasons.
One season. Two
One
seasons are
season.
like
A
6
lot.
months.
2 seasons. 1 season.
Whoa.
She says 1 season.
But
It's a long time.
he's looking excitedly at the pen.
Yep.
Can I keep it?
Yes, you can. I have many like it at
Thank
home.
you.
You're welcome. She's gonna pat him on the head and then go back and walk away.
You disappear in the crowd as you have to do stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you feeling?
that was a lot.
I tuck down. I tuck the pen. Go to him.
Sorry.
I put the pen in my bag. I go to him.
Okay.
I put my arm around his neck. Kind of just grab him like by the collar gently.
You gotta.
Invite them.
I
I like
did.
them a lot.
Lucia.
Good. Yeah, let's go.
That was her.
Yeah, she was.
Don't invite them.
Invite them.
That
There.
was very
Murder
fun.
them.
She slept. She lied.
And she gave you a little bit of a card.
Yeah, she looks down at it and she starts tearing up. My 2 completely different evokers. I love them so much.
Same. I
you-
turned to Denethor.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry you had to see that.
You don't have to worry. It was very cute.
Right.
Yeah.
You realize that Luna's not there.
Luna
What is
would have
that?
gotten picked up as well and hugged.
She missed a chance to get hugged by a woman. How do you feel?
Nope.
Feel good.
I'm gonna
Wow.
incite
You
that
missed
feel
a chance to
good.
get hugged by her.
It was
So
worth
are
it.
you addressing the fact that she's missing, or you ignore it?
I'm on cloud nine,
is
so no.
Avery's in her own world. She doesn't notice anyone.
Yeah.
Maybe
Same
Willow.
here,
That's
yeah.
about it. She only notices Willow.
Silk-Paw doesn't
My
notice.
entire party gets to
Period.
notice I'm gone. So
Have,
sad.
have you seen Miss Leona?
Huh? Hmm?
Ah.
Oh.
Huh?
Last time I seen her,
Ah.
she was over there.
And Avery's gonna look in that direction, and Luna's not there.
Well, she probably went to do something or another. It's Luna. Let's hope she doesn't get herself killed again.
You can hear a bell ringing.
Oh!
The
It's
bell
time.
is the signal that the people are going to bring out the chicken.
So
So everyone is going to go towards this main square, basically. Are you going to?
yes.
Yes, I'll go.
You two? You two?
Yeah.
Okay.
Head on over.
You
Yeah.
go there, and it's not too close, but you can see. Not really. For some reason, it's not even Daisy the thing that you can spot. Perhaps it's the fact that there's a fucking fella there with a giant chicken on top of it. It's also kind of easy to recognize.
Ah,
But you can
there
see
she is.
them in the distance.
I'm just out in the
You can
crowd.
see that a couple of people essentially come out and
There she is. There she is.
and this old lady arrives with and starts
Old geezers.
speaking. Welcome to this other edition of our chicken fair. I hope that you're enjoying it. As for now, you can see that this person is probably like 60-ish,
Oof.
probably late 60 or something like that. Probably even more, like 70s. And you can see her being very, very, very chill. Very chill. Once again, I'm thankful for all your help for setting up this, and I think we can welcome the star of our festival. And with that being said, you can see that taken out of a small box, basically, there is, well, a chicken.
Does anything look? Is there anything special about this chicken? Does it look any? Does it?
The chicken is a chicken. It just
Chicken
starts packing around. Well, we're gonna let him go free for now. It has a little bit of like of a kind of a little bit of a. It's like a bandana scarf, just to recognize it, kind of thing.
Oh.
And feel free to interact with it, and don't worry about it, because whatever happens is gonna withstand anything you throw at it. But please, let's celebrate it. Let's not attack it. And the chicken is basically set free for the town, so it's gonna just go around.
As it gets
My wooden
like
mask.
breathed, can I use divine sense on the chicken?
What if?
You can divine sense, and you don't feel anything.
Fuck. It's just a chicken.
I want to. I'm going to magic arcane sense.
What?
What is it called? Like,
Chomp.
I'm going.
No!
No!
Waffles your
Waffles
teeth!
bites the chicken, and you can see Waffles just turns back to you, kind of teary-eyed because it hurts his teeth.
Oh!
Oh,
I want to arcane sense.
Whoa.
I'm the chicken.
Gotta just like
You want to see if there's magic?
ruffle
Yes.
Waffle's hair.
Yes.
Okay, nice.
How much? Yes.
All right.
That's a lot of magic.
And yeah, and they just kind of have their own. They start cooking food. There is a lot of like. There's basically this giant tables for everyone to have lunch. So yeah.
Ken?
All right.
Yep.
So far,
Cedar's
just going to
eyes
start.
One at a time.
So far, just going
What
to
is
ask
Silk-Paw?
for Abigail.
Yeah. And someone points you that is this person.
He goes there. He takes out the pen.
Bruh.
Are you going to destroy her? Yes. Yes, strangle her.
What if I make her sign you?
Do not do that. That's already enough shame. You reach.
For the first time ever, he has an evil smile on his face.
You
But
reach
it's quickly
this
disappears when
place,
he
and what it appears to be Abigail is just kind of setting the tables and putting everything ready.
He's kind of like gets close, but not too close, and he's kind of fidgety. You know, a fan. He's a fan.
Hi, can I help you?
Are you? Are you Miss Abigail Salas?
That's me, yes.
He puts his hands together in front of his chest. It's really you.
I imagine you being a fan of my series?
Yes. Redemption of the Fallen. Yes.
I'm glad that you like it.
I like it a lot.
And she kind of leans forward. The 5th volume is gonna exit soon, don't worry. Oh.
He's bouncing in his spot, right? Like he's doing a little dance. Yeah.
Okay.
It's so long.
Yes, dance for me.
He ignores that. He points at the pen and then at himself.
You
Sign
want
me?
You want an autograph, perhaps?
Yes.
Where?
Right.
Wait a minute. And she takes out a piece of parchment. She has like a piece of notes or something like that. She kind of takes up a piece of blank and tell me your name.
Silk-Paw of Shinkaze.
Silk-Paw of Shinkaze. Good. To my very energetic fan, Silk-Paw of Shinkaze. Thank you for supporting me. And she gives you back.
Doing. Thank you. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
The Redemption of the Fall. It's in my not really that smart opinion. It's a very realistic story. So how did you come up with it? Was it a real thing? Did you
You can see
from
her
someone?
face kind of darkening a little.
Uh-oh.
Oh!
It darkens not in an angry way, but more in a melancholic way. It's kind of like a hurt way.
Talk about that.
He calms down immediately.
I suppose I took inspiration from something very real. I think that thinking of a way to celebrate the redemption of those who made terrible mistakes. but written from one that doesn't really know if that person, deserves redemption. I write of redemption because I want people to accept the idea of second chances. But it's hard for me too to accept the idea of second chances. So it's a little bit weird.
Yeah, I can get that. Uh, hmm. I'm not. If I'll ask, but I'm pretty sure the answer is no. But could you tell me where the inspiration came from? If it's okay with you, of course.
Well, let's just say that someone made a really bad thing, but also good. You can kind of guess what I'm talking about.
Uh, yeah, I can. I'm not that smart, but I can guess even that.
Yeah.
Well, if he kind of tries to glance back at the group, specifically at a certain Shubo. Well, I don't know how much this is worth to say, but I know someone who is a lot like, what was his name? Braden? What's it?
Yes.
I know someone a lot like him. A little too much like him, actually. And while I'm not convincing him to do anything at this point, but I'm trying to make him see the second chance possibility, if you will.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that your friend goes on a path different from the one that Braden is going to walk, and kind of winks at you.
He is back to hyper mode. He's vibrating. Well, I can't wait for the next volume to come out. But yes.
What are you saying, Train?
Is this the session
Just
of
a
Simp?
session of Simp? What is happening?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
Yep.
It's backstory stuff. Don't worry.
Well, yeah, I am excited for the next volume, but
Yeah,
I'll try my best. I'll try my best with my own Brandon.
Yeah.
And
Believe in you.
you give me no reason to try my best with this idiot. But anyway, have a nice
You
festival.
can see
Hope to
you can
you
see
later.
a kid arriving.
He
Mom,
squints at him.
come. And she kind of
Winston.
pushes, kind of brings her, and like,
Goodbye.
Richard. And you can see her going to the group. Look, and she points at a waffle. Oh, that's beautiful.
Well, he's gonna go with them then. He's gonna go towards them.
Chicken.
Hi there.
Chicken vibes and comes to you.
Kick the chicken.
Since they're there, I'll go with them.
Where's a
I'd
beautiful
talk to
villager?
but other things are happening right now.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi.
Did you train it yourself?
Not exactly. It's a complicated situation, but
I don't want to pry.
These Waffles is what he is. He's very obedient and well trained, so it's not dangerous.
I see. Well, it's amazing to see a Paladin like this and like with my own eyes. It's a sand runner too. Daisy's just kind of vibing on next to you. The kid is spotting the thing.
So far went to Avery.
How big
Gently
is
tell
this
her,
chicken
oh yeah,
compared
that's
to me?
Abigail.
The chicken is more or less your size.
Oh god.
It's a normal chicken,
Alright.
so slightly smaller than you.
She's staring at the chicken.
The chicken stares at you.
I stare at the chicken.
The chicken keep on staring at Avery. She thinks of you as a worm.
No, I'm gonna poke the chicken.
You poke the chicken with what?
My finger. What does it feel like?
It feels like the feathers are made of platinum. You touch it and you cannot even push the feather in.
Huh. We're gonna tilt our head at it. I'm gonna this is just a really hard chicken. She's gonna.
Perhaps.
Do I have something? I'm gonna. Can I summon chubs more than once?
I think it's once per long rest.
Okay. So I can't summon chubs. That's fine. She's just gonna stare at the chicken again. Her eyes are wide because of what fucking Silk-Paw just told her, and she starts shaking again. But can I roll to see if it's really a chicken?
You can roll me an Arcana or Nature.
I'm going Arcana.
Danitha kind of takes a step and checks on the chicken and pats it.
I'm gonna enhance my mind. That's a 12.
And we'll lose just 5.
I also get a bit closer, but I stare at the chicken.
You stare at the chicken, you can see the empty void in his eyes. He has no mind.
I'm patting the chicken.
You pat the chicken. Willow's patting the chicken.
Certainly.
Richard is patting Waffles.
Hey. I'm gonna
Abigail's
activate
patting Waffles.
primeval awareness. My eyes glow red. The shadows beneath me darken as I connect to nature. And has to speak with animals.
Okay.
Hello, chicken.
The chicken immediately turns towards you. His eyes glimmer for a moment. You can hear a voice, but it's not the chicken.
What?
Touch the beak 3 times and say, "Reveal your secret."
Huh?
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do it.
You touch
Cedar
the
smiles
beak 3 times,
maniacally,
and you say, "Reveal your secret." In that same moment, those feathers, hard as steel, ruffles a little bit, and it seemed like under the mantle of fluffy feathers, there was like a small box. It falls, and it's very small. It's just like a disc, or like a very small box that easily stands in one hand, like in maybe even in Avery's hand.
Oh wow, that's a tiny box.
Yeah, tiny box.
pick it up.
You pick it up. Would you like to open it?
Is that sure? Does that
Yep.
have like a crown dragon symbol on it?
Nope. But there is a note inside.
Okay.
What's the note?
Should I send it in DMs or should I send it here?
DMs, because we have 2 NPCs here.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get you.
Train's been getting a lot of DMs recently.
Yeah. Train got my entire demise character.
I gave him a fuck ton of lore.
Yeah. I gave him the demise character. I'm gonna give him the Dust Bowl character as well.
What the fuck?
That's certainly is a reaction.
That is a good reaction.
By the way, what is Shubo? You have enough passive perception to notice this. Avery, you can roll me as a perception check to see if you notice this.
Okay.
I have 17. Can I notice
Talk
that?
to chicken.
Where
How
You
will
can roll
you
me as
nourish
well with
us?
advantage.
Let's see. My perception.
Perception.
I do in fact have proficiency. I'm. Oh, okay.
You
Jesus.
notice this? You all notice this.
Okay, nice.
I mean, they were all like
Actually-
looking at the chicken.
I was petting.
Yeah,
the
but
I have-
maybe they were playing with it. The box was really small. It was something that was very sneaky. So,
Hold on. I have advantage. Hold on, let me.
Oh.
No, okay.
sir, it's still 26. I think it's
I know,
enough.
I know. No, I was looking for a nat 20 so I can get rid of the fucking stress.
She's just gonna look at it,
I'll get the
like,
note.
where it fell out, and then look up at Cedar. Thinking like this is not a good time to really go into like what is it. So she's just gonna still pet the
I
chicken.
feel like what you definitely would have known is also just Cedar just telling us chicken to reveal its secret.
I mean, it's Cedar. That's not that strange.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Actually, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I. Silk-Paw for a
Cedar
second
asked
is
his
about
mother
to
if he
talk.
was single.
Eat it.
I
Eat the
can
chicken.
try. I can try.
Okay, first of all,
Hold on, let me-
I'm gonna pat the chicken again. Has anything changed with it?
The chicken seems vibrant.
I
Is
mean,
it still?
it's
soft?
still immortal.
Yep.
Okay, good.
I'm
Second,
gonna go
ask
to
it. How will you nourish us?
Huh?
Egg.
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 What the heck?
Mm.
How are you immortal?
He flaps his wing.
That's a good answer.
I'm gonna.
What does
I'm
that
gonna go to
mean?
it.
Do you know
Magic.
any wizards?
Magic.
Magic.
And he peeks.
Um,
It pecks at a seed on the ground.
I'm.
I love chickens, but they're so stupid.
I'll go.
You
to
can feel that
Cedar.
this one is a little bit stupider than the rest. And that's weird because it feels like it's oddly stupider than the last. It's
Huh.
artificially stupider than the last.
Are
What?
you real?
What if this chicken?
It looks at you and like widen its eyes and start looking at itself. He pecks itself.
Wow.
Yes.
Gosh.
What if
Real.
this chicken's
Yes.
a crown dragon
love you.
that was polymorphed into a chicken?
Maybe.
Might be.
Ask it if it's a crown dragon.
Ask it if I can bite it.
Do you know the crown dragon?
I'm hungry.
Who made
Cedar.
you?
Magic.
Oh.
Who casted the magic?
Person.
Do you ask the name? Ask the name.
Fair enough. I probably don't know names.
I help.
Stupid.
Oh.
You help?
I help.
You help. How?
Egg.
Are you like supposed to cure like are you just for the hungry?
What? What did you say?
I'm trying to ask like egg.
Egg.
Do you just give all eggs?
Egg. I help.
How are they watching us? Let's say a magic person.
Family.
What?
Family.
Who's
Who's
family?
family?
Avery's just confused.
Whose family?
Who's family?
Lids.
What did you say? Like,
What is
Lids.
Lids?
Lids?
Lids.
Oh,
Oh, Lids.
wasn't the announcer named Elizabeth? Something?
What?
Wasn't the one that announced the chicken's arrival?
The old lady. You don't. If you see the name tag, yes, but you didn't. You didn't hear her. Yeah, but yeah, she's Elizabeth.
who is Liz?
Family.
You can still her.
Okay.
Little,
Go to
little
Liz, please.
Chicken kind of chickens its way towards the old lady that is steering the pot. And you can see that there is George, this other man that is helping.
Oh no, I have to interact with people.
And she's just steering the pot. Before we go there, Daisy just kind of starts petting as well Waffles. Everyone is petting Waffles.
He's getting a lot of attention. He's a good boy.
Yeah. Waffles needs all the pets.
Yes.
So everyone
That's
is petting
okay.
Waffles.
So getting fucking followed.
So, what are you guys doing?
I'm following Cedar.
Same.
Avery's just super confused. But she also registers she has to walk by Abigail to get there, so
Okay, I can't talk to people.
I
I need one of you to help me.
Donitha is
Let's
next
go.
to you.
She is most
And you two are
likely-
here.
Yeah, she's just kind of standing there shaking.
Okay, you ask
Okay.
her about.
You.
I like talking to all of you. If that is Liz,
Ask her about-
can you ask her about the chicken?
Okay, sure. Hey, miss.
Hi.
Hello.
Honestly, I don't
Uh,
trust
The soup is gonna be ready soon. Don't worry.
No, I'm not here for the soup. What's your name?
Elizabeth.
Liz.
My name is Elizabeth Bond. Yes.
Yeah. Do you take care of the chicken?
Mainly, yes.
So write down that name, please. Thank you.
Well,
And look at
What
Cedar.
does your
What
family
else?
have to do with the chicken?
we just found it. You know, at some point, it was in our farm. That's pretty much it.
Huh.
I mean, it took a lot of time to realize that it was actually more.
It was just in your
Oh.
phone.
Yeah.
Do you? It just
met?
just appeared.
Do you have any relations
someone-
with wizards?
She darkens. Her face darkens deeply.
Oh no.
No, I don't have any relationship with wizards.
Insight.
You can insight.
I'm also
Actually,
gonna say-
do we even need to insight?
You need to insight.
Damn it. Okay. My passive is 17. Can I still get advantage on this one as well?
Nope.
Okay, 18.
18.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but you're unsure. You can kind of feel like there's more, Shubo. Train you two. What's going on?
She
asks you, Shubo.
Oh.
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
Hi.
You ever talk to the chicken?
Talk to the chicken? How? I mean,
It's
I
funny to
talk
talk
sometimes to the chicken.
She has a big nose.
She has a big nose.
Retro, I will fight you.
Why? What the fuck did I do?
Hold on, he's trying to think. Give him a minute.
Oh, true.
No, it's fine.
Let's try to
No.
maintain the seriousness.
Yeah, I'll
of
just
it.
mute my
Yeah.
bike.
No, it's fine.
Okay. He can talk to animals. Like, actually talk to them. I think.
Oh, that's
That is-
fascinating.
I think the chicken exists to help you. Or your family. That's why I wanted to know if you knew any wizards. Maybe somebody gave you a chicken.
She stopped stirring the pot. Who are you?
The Blades of
A
Hope.
very curious
Adventurer?
guy?
Adventurer.
Adventure.
The Blades of Hope.
Yeah.
George, dear, please, can you take care of the soup? Thank you. Oh, don't worry, gotcha. Come with me.
I follow.
Oh my god, you guys are gonna
Alright,
fucking
let's
die.
go.
Yes, we will. I have a cursed doll. It's fine.
The Donnie comes with you. She doesn't understand, but she comes with you.
We have
You
roped
know,
it. We have
actually-
successfully roped the NPC to this.
Which ice cream flavor is
Throw
your
dirt
favorite?
in the soup.
Which ice cream flavor do you like?
I want the flavor of pain and destruction.
I can punch you if you want pain. But
I
you don't want
can
to
feel it. And only when I deal it, not when I take it. Come on. Be realistic.
I like both. I like
What's
to do
happening
both.
here?
Avery, like I said, she looks up at Willow and points at Abigail, shaking a bit.
Oh, that is Abigail Salos.
She shakes her head. Yeah, it is.
Do we?
You want to go and talk with her then?
Yeah.
And you go there.
Yep, I follow.
She since she's shaking, she kind of grab you by the hand and bring you there. Oh, hello.
Avery's gonna wave.
Hi.
Hello, little kid. I mean, Richard is taller than you.
Yeah.
You're Abigail.
I am Abigail. Yes. Don't tell me you are also a fan of my books.
She nods.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Didn't expect so many fans. Well, as I told to another person before, don't worry, the 5th volume is gonna exit soon. It's gonna be out soon.
Her eyes sparkle.
I can't wait. A friend of mine introduced me to it. I think you've seen him already. It's Silk-Paw.
Yeah, I've met him. He's a nice guy.
And she nods.
Yeah. I am.
She stops functioning.
Well, let's do something like this. She takes out, she goes around in her pocket, takes out another piece of paper, and she writes down to my small young fan. What is your name?
Avery.
Avery. And she gives you this note, and thank you for the support.
Yeah. She's gonna hug the note. And she's gonna faint.
At this point, like, Willow just picks you up.
Yeah. Fair. Avery has trouble interacting with people she doesn't like. Now think about how hard it is for her to interact with someone she admires. This bitch is just dying.
Yeah, pretty understandable.
Yeah,
There
she's.
seems to be a ruckus around here.
Oh, it's the boys!
Well, I know that
Oh,
guy.
hello!
Mm,
Look at what he has
howdy.
here.
Oh man.
I'm.
I just realized Luna's here.
I didn't. I just. Hi, Salvus. I've become a tourist attraction.
Well, that is apparent, considering at this point it's not just these people, there's more that are petting Waffles.
Yeah.
And Waffles seems to be appreciative of it.
I'm just like leaning on like a wall or something.
Daisy's leaning next to you.
Oh.
Well, enjoy the fair and, well, tourist attraction. She just he kind of vibes. Looks at Avery sleeping, chuckles, and continues.
Sure gets a lot of attention.
I mean, it's not every day you can see a fellow like that around. I remember it when I was surprised as well the first time I saw Waffles. But your patient is still something that must be, it's a good quality that you have there.
I mean, I just get to relax while Waffles gets some attention. It's not patience as much as it's tiredness.
I mean, I understand you. It's good to take some time off, from time to time. Well, perhaps when you have your new house, we can spend some time just relaxing like this. When you don't have to go to work.
Yeah. I'm being honest,
I
I don't know.
discovered recently a specific kind of leaf that makes a very relaxing tea. I'm sure you're gonna like it.
I'd love to try it.
Yeah. I'll make sure to bring it next time we see each other.
I don't know how long it's gonna be before I'm working again, because to be honest, we're kinda I get
something wrong.
We're kinda a few of the party members are we're going through a bit of a rough spot, and like we're briefly suspended from taking quests.
Oh, that's a shame.
Cordelia decided that we weren't exactly fit to put ourselves in mortal danger together for a bit.
I mean, I understand why she would say that if you're fighting.
Yeah.
I do
think
you can go back to work soon, though. Maybe you can manage to use this festival to patch up stuff.
I hope it all brushes over soon, but
hopefully.
I don't mind a long break.
Yeah, it's good to take a break from time to time. I shouldn't really say it, considering that I've been working all this time. But I decided that today is all about resting.
That's healthy.
She kind of leans backward towards the wall, kind of resting her head too, looking upwards.
It feels like everywhere today, I've looked at people, and everybody's talking about overworking themselves all the time.
I mean, I can feel that.
You're very
It's
I guess perhaps people just kind of tend to surround themselves with others like them. So who overworks themselves ends up getting with other overworked people. I don't know.
Feels like we've been. It feels like my group has been like working for so long, but it's been a few weeks.
Oh.
I think
I mean, when you
I
when you get to
realized
face such dangers together, I think that few weeks. I don't know. They maybe just feel a little bit more
It's-
impactful.
Yeah, I feel like we just, in general, we've been doing so much work in a not super long period of time that I'm coming around to the idea that we might need more vacation days. But
Yeah,
don't
I
mind
mean,
if
taking this as a vacation is good, and perhaps you should take a couple of more days to, to properly rest.
Yeah, I think the party's gonna need a bit.
To be
It's gonna
honest,
take.
knowing considering what I heard about you guys, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow you're back to work.
Yeah, I think in this whole situation, I've kind of found my peace with everything. So I think I'm just gonna stay away from the conflict and let them sort themselves out, maybe.
She puts a hand on your shoulder, and you can see her eyes directly within in yours. Are you okay?
You know, I'm never quite okay, but I'm as good as ever.
It's good to vent out some of your, insecurities or problems or stress. I'll listen if you want.
I won't bore you with the details. It's just I don't know how to feel about most things anymore with all this.
I
There's
see.
a lot of confusing stuff happening with the party and with all the stuff we're doing, and even just in my own personal stuff. Just kind of, I don't know.
Well, being worried is normal. I think there's nothing wrong with it. But I do think that if this stuff like this gets a little bit too much, you should try to communicate it with them. Or at least vent it out.
Yeah.
Make sure to take care of yourself, okay?
Yeah. I think that. I feel greedy saying it, but I think I might need to focus on that for a bit.
It's not greedy. Sometimes the best thing that you can do for others is to put yourself first for a moment and make sure to fix whatever problem there may be.
Yeah, I guess. I'm sure they'll be fine. I'll just.
I believe in you. As this thing is happening, let's go back here.
Yes, this. I'll be back. Ooh.
Then we're not gonna go back.
Oh,
No,
then I'll stay.
You're not here.
I'll stay. I was just
You can
gonna
go make it.
I was just gonna go make me a sandwich. That can wait.
So you're brought on the backside, with Elizabeth. Are you trying to toy with me or something? Do you know more than you appear to say? She looks at you, Cedar.
I'm just trying to figure out information.
What information?
Okay, I talked to the chicken, and it told me to reveal its secret.
Huh?
Okay.
Hold on.
Take out the note, and I'm going to read it.
Before you do, Silk-Paw's just gonna pause you for a second and just go to Shubo. Don't you think she's might be dangerous for her to be here?
Yes.
Do your thing, wizard.
Oh my fucking god, you did not just say that.
Sorry, I'm confused. What did you just said?
He just...
Can you repeat?
Do your thing, wizard.
Yeah, you have to repeat what before.
Ah! He just said, don't you think it's dangerous for her to be here? About Danita.
Oh, okay.
It'll be
You know what?
fine.
I actually saw some places I still wanted to visit. Do you want to come with?
Sure.
Alright.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go.
Okay, she follows you. And you go around chilling. If someone can please read that.
Well, Train is...
I'm
Cedar is
going.
reading it, so Train, you can do it.
This is a gift for you, even if I won't meet you. This is the fullest way to watch over you. There. This is yet another failed experiment, and perhaps you'll know me for my failures. This is my final try at doing good, because I won't have another chance. Whoever reads this, please, leave this animal be. Let it nourish you in its own way. This is my fullest way of watching over. And that's it.
She asks for the note. She put a hand forward.
I'll give it.
She takes it and kind of squeeze it, and you can see that she, like, a couple of tears start to flow down. Barry, what you have done?
What? The fuck?
Wait a minute. I'm staring at you.
Barry?
So,
Oh my gosh.
No.
she gives the note back.
Bane? Sorry if this unlocks painful memories.
It's okay. This is something that I wish I could tell her, but she doesn't. She wouldn't believe it.
So, who? What?
Your adventures, right?
Yeah?
My name is Elizabeth Pond Nograd. I am the wife, well, I used to be the wife of Barry, also known as Alberich, and that one, she points at Abigail, is the daughter he never had the chance to meet.
Oh no! Wait a fucking minute! Wait!
She's Mini Alberich. That's why she's called. She starts with A.
Oh my god! We can't tell Shuro. He'll kill her.
No.
He'll murder her.
How does someone like Cedar react to this? Probably about the same reaction as what's happening in chat right now. Just across his face.
You see, well, I think I can tell you. She can probably tell herself, but Albrecht was a special person. He's truly, genuinely kind, but sometimes he would do things that you only he would truly understand the full extent of them. He one day went to me after the fall of Mooriston, and he decided to divorce me, make sure that anything about our relationship would be erased. It took a little bit of time to understand that. He simply wanted me not to be linked with him, as after 2 weeks or something he was executed.
I'm sorry.
And I think you are a fan of the redemption of the fallen, aren't you? Looks at you, Silk-Paw.
Yeah, I am.
Well, when Abigail was a mature kid, I told her who her true father was. And she doesn't know how to feel about him. Because when all that thing happened, she knows that Umbridge saved so many people. But she also knows of the people that she lost that day. She lost all her grandpas and grandmas, for example, all the grandparents and my parents as well. And most importantly, she lost father. She always asked herself, regardless of if it's heroic or not, did it put the well-being of everyone else above being a father? Did he choose to abandon her? She just feels neglected, I guess. She understands the reason why he did what he did. But it doesn't change the fact that even if it wasn't in that explosion, she still lost her father. He cared more about the Crown Dragon than her. I mean, she wasn't even born, but he knew that she was going to. He barely missed her birth. So she is plagued by this indecisiveness. And so she began to write a story, trying to write as redemption is possible. That's why she writes about a hero stained in blood and horrible deeds that tries to do good. that's her own way to think of her father, I suppose. Thank you for this message.
You're welcome. If it's any consolation, I think he did try to care about you, y'all.
To be honest, I don't mean to brag, but I've known him for like my entire life, and I'm pretty sure that he cared deeply. He just didn't know how to show it.
Yeah.
Silk-Paw,
Yeah,
you can hear Lila. You cannot kill her. Just ignore her.
Hey,
I don't get it.
but it's funny that she's crying. He's also crying.
Okay.
Oh.
He's yeah.
Amazing.
Well, at least she has a reason. Anyways,
Well, this is happening. You guys are strolling around while a certain Salvus says hi.
Hey, Balbus.
Oh,
Hi. So you some of your friends. I'm not surprised to see you here, and I see you are on a date, so probably shouldn't take too much time.
it's not a date.
Fucking lie.
She kind of like
It's a date.
at first the like eyes. Well, regardless of what it is, I've been exploring a little bit around. I think I found a little bit of another dungeon that I want to explore. Maybe one of these days you're gonna see my quest popping up, so keep that in mind.
I'll keep an eye out.
Well, enjoy your non-date. He winks and goes away.
he's already taken.
Poor Salvus, man.
Well,
I was supposed to do it. We're gonna find Oro.
is there anything else you wanted to see?
I mean, I don't know. I just enjoy the relaxing, relaxing around is very nice.
Skeleton Oro.
Maybe we should do it more then.
Yes.
Sure, I would appreciate that. Though I cannot really leave too much the temple.
Yes,
But you
of
coming
course.
around, it's already plenty enough.
Alright. That's good then.
Avery, are you still passed out?
He BRB. Pretty sure. Yeah.
Let
think
me
Retro's
wait
not here.
for Retro.
Avery is not one of those wives. Please no.
Well,
Alberich?
they're still not chatting. What the fuck?
Excuse.
Elizabeth tells you that she has to go back to her, stew and soup.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Go and do that.
So far, just apologize for bringing
Wait,
it up.
stew?
Yeah, stew. We're gonna get stew.
Galia likes stew.
I pick up Lila. Okay. Make you a deal. We either
like
convince Shubo to stop being so hateful, or I throw you at him.
Dead Oro.
What? What are you doing?
oh, welcome back.
Don't
I wanted to
I'm just
ask you,
listening.
Avery, are you still passed out?
Oh, she wakes up eventually.
Okay.
Pretty sure both of you have to apologize to each other.
They thank
That's
you
fine.
for the patting and go back to help
Right.
stirring the pot. The chicken is just going around.
Salute.
Shinkaze.
Go on, give him waffles a little. head
Chicken
scrape.
goes to pack waffles.
Waffles, fight
It does
back!
nothing.
Waffles.
It does.
Learn
Waffles
your
kind of
lesson,
like
bud.
Waffle kind like how cat slaps something. That's the same thing Waffles is doing.
It's gonna hurt your hand. Oh,
Avery, like
whatever.
once she wakes up, she's gonna like grab her head, and then she's gonna look down at the note, and she's gonna whisper to herself, "It was real."
It was real indeed. It's funny to see you so excited.
I,
Fucking authors are.
it's not. It's not every day you get to meet authors. You never said you knew Miss Halleck.
Sorry?
So you never said you knew Miss Halleck.
Oh, well, I guess I was just excited. And I perhaps forgot to do that.
I can see why.
But don't worry. To me, just meeting them is it's good. And I think I actually, yeah, I met them before in the past.
Oh,
I mean, look young, but I'm still like about 100-year-old.
that's still pretty young for an elf, right?
I would say so, yes.
Tell me about it. What was it like?
What do you mean?
Meeting Miss Halleck.
It was a long time ago. If I remember correctly, it was in, Morriston.
She does
Before everything. I used to work there at another library, and then I basically remade the central library in the capital after some years.
Oh.
But back then I used to be there often. And I remember she was working on something, I think like some form of quest. It was nice.
Oh. Oh. I think I know which one you're talking about. It was in the Ballad of the Four, the one that the book she wrote.
Yeah.
One about her time in Morrison.
Anyway, Avery, I was really happy to spend this morning together, but as I told you, I cannot stay too much, and I have to go back open the library. So
Yeah.
I am looking forward to spend more time with you. With that being said, I have to go.
She does a little wave.
She kind of pats your head and goes away.
Nice.
I'm gonna head over to Avery.
She's standing there. She's standing there.
I'm just chilling
Lost
with
your
Silk-Paw.
day?
She turns potato.
Oh, it was your day?
She turns tomato. She's as red as her coat, as her sweater.
That's like I want to ask. For all the other people, I wouldn't ask. But you are a changeling, so it's
Yes.
she.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh wow. That's disturbing.
There's actually tomato.
Tomato colored, yes.
She's a tomato color.
Why? How?
She does that and her eyes turn blue.
Huh. Well.
It wasn't.
It's not blood
It
circulation.
wasn't a date.
It's magic.
I was just teasing you, pal.
She's gonna.
Vegetables are fun.
She's gonna nod. She has her arms. Her arms are crossed and she's looking away, but she nods.
Shubo and Danitha. After a little bit of strolling and kind of vibing together, you see the others and you join back.
Oh.
Hey.
Welcome back.
She's gonna look. She's gonna look down at the two cards that she got.
I should probably bring these back to the Earthberg. I don't want to risk them getting damaged. I could mail them back, but sometimes the mail people can be pretty rough, and I don't want to risk them getting damaged.
Oh, good.
Oh, this person's stealing the chicken.
Marvelous. She's just grabbing it in her hands and looking at it.
Edgy woman.
Anyway.
She has an eye patch and kind of edgy. You know.
Very edgy. Can I insight how edgy this person is?
No.
No, that edgy.
She puts the chicken down. Luna, you can probably notice her doing this. You can also notice Waffles being very scared about this person.
I'm gonna walk over and like pat Waffles' head.
Waffles runs towards you.
Oh god. Everything alright, bud?
I don't.
Look at this friendly group of people. Hi.
Hi.
Hello?
Hello. Let me think. Shubo Noroi, Luniper Leona. Oh, and small Avery Desmond. Where's the other two? Who are the other two? Oh, and of course there's Waffles here, right? She smiles very kindly.
So, who's asking?
Oh, I'm a fan. I was just, you know, I've seen you at the tournament. You were quite impressive.
I'm gonna insight.
You can insight. She's probably telling you the truth. You don't know.
I got dinner.
Okay.
I'm
Are
back.
you still here?
I'm back here. I'm here.
Okay. Well, it's nice to see you all around in this beautiful festival.
Yeah, it's a nice place.
Yeah, it's a nice place indeed.
Oh.
I just wanted to say hi, but I do feel that we're gonna meet each other soon.
Oh no.
Like, I mean, he probably is just waiting for you to be ready, right?
Divine sense.
Yep. Avery's gonna.
Wait, what'd you say?
Avery, she doesn't like how she's gonna hide behind Shubo.
Divine. I don't.
Who is this person, Shubo?
I don't know.
Well, I'm sure that he's going to recognize you being ready sooner or later. Though it's a little bit... how to say it? It's a little bit sad that he considered me going mad with power and all. I just used what was given to me in my own way.
Oh, I know who she is.
Yeah.
But
I guess when I
don't-
saw how edgy she was.
But it's okay. We'll see
her
each
name?
other soon.
Wait, her name is Grimhood?
Jesus.
You don't know that.
We don't know that.
I
Sorry.
just don't know what this is.
I know I don't know that. I just want to comment. That's
Yeah, but you don't comment.
amazing name. Sorry.
It breaks the flow, please.
Sorry.
Mostly because I forget what I want to say.
I want to use divine sense on her.
You can see that there's something about her that it feels otherworldly, but she's an elf or an elf. You don't really know, but there's something weird about her. Something similar to when you met Talos.
Yep.
Great.
Her edginess screams Telos.
Well,
He's the cult leader. Or soon to be cult.
I don't know what. I'm not.
She stares at you. Like, she's just vibing.
You're on about at the moment, but
She kind of leans forward and talks and whispers something in your ear, Luna. I'll send you a DM.
Oh, Dibalem.
secret information.
Whoa.
SMH, Luna's keeping secrets from us.
Yeah, I know. I am.
I can't believe this. I feel so betrayed.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just coughed a little. Coughed a little.
He's dying.
I do that every time.
Every noise Jatsu makes, Archer's gonna be like, "Are you okay?"
Yep. Yeah, that's not even an exaggeration, yeah.
Luna kind of, her eyes widen for a second, but she glares. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave before either of us cross.
Don't worry, I'm gonna leave. But it was nice meeting you. I hope you'd keep my advice in mind. It was very interesting to see who we choose. But forget not. Choose your fights carefully. She goes away. And then, as she reaches here, she pats the chicken and plucks a feather away
Oh.
Ooh.
and snaps it in two.
Oh God.
Oh.
Looks back at you, smiles, and goes away.
She
Terrifying.
threatened me.
Who is that person?
She, don't worry about it, Daisy. She's just. I think she might. She might be involved with an associate of ours. It's nothing.
I'm gonna take out my notebook and just draw her.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn to Shupo. And kind of quietly, she was threatening us.
The chicken is a little bit dumbfounded because it has been 30 plus years since a feather wasn't plucked from its body, so it's kind of confused.
Basically just told me to stay out of business. And I
We kind of made a deal
Like,
to not do
get
that.
sketch that and stuff. We've got to show some kind of like picture of her or something like that to the party.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody needs her, I think we should not. I think. I don't know.
Keep Silk-Paw away.
I think we should all try to stay away from her for as long as we can.
That sounds good.
Speaking of which, you guys come back.
What the fuck?
Welcome back.
Hi!
That doll is demented.
That doll is great. I'll have you know. She is my friend now.
Luna,
Why do you all look like you've seen a ghost?
Luna looks very, very anxious.
I feel like somebody edgier than me has appeared.
That's impossible.
we
More
just
gothic, really.
some. We'll tell you both about it later.
Oh, okay, cool.
Is the stew thing almost ready?
Yeah, the soup has been served.
Yeah,
So if you want, you can go get it.
let's all grab some
Soup
soup. Uh,
Soup time!
Head
Whatever
back
do you like soup?
soonish.
And you all enjoy a nice soup. It's really nice, really tasty. You get to chill a little bit. It kind of relaxes you, even if like diminishes even the impact of this kind of small moment of fright, so you can recollect a little bit yourself. They also give a little bit of soup to Waffles too. The Waffles eats it.
Waffles winning.
And Daisy's a little bit confused, and Dinah is a little bit worried.
Luna
Are you
Luna
sure
is
that
eating
your guys are okay?
soup really fast.
Let's tell the priest that our relationship with Taylor.
Yes.
You should.
Listen, if he had met her, he would have brought it up immediately.
Listen, man. Shubo dating her gives us free healthcare.
Yes!
I don't think
I'm
that's...
gonna need to be an uncle, Shubo. Get on. I don't say that in cat.
Oh, by the way. Fluffy.
Fluffy.
I want to.
Silk-Paw. Wait, what does Rachel want to do?
I wanted to look for a rat.
I mean, you can find a dead one.
Okay, you got it. Well, how did it die? Can I roll a medicine check?
Poison.
Bruh.
Not even. No!
Undead rat.
You can roll me a perception check.
Oh,
Cast
nice.
resurrection on it.
Here's a perception check.
The circle of life.
You can see another rat that is mourning the death of the.
Oh no! No! I can't control that one!
You
It's
can
sad!
see the spark of vengeance in his eye.
Oh,
Oh, that rat would love Lila.
Alright, can I look for what poisoned the rat?
It just ate some like very spoiled food.
Oh, it died.
The circle
Fine,
of life.
I will
goes
use the sphere on the rat.
No,
You
no.
should have listened to Ratatouille.
No! No! Put that fucking thing away!
Not Ratatouille.
Please, put it away! Get it out of here!
Are you commanding the rat?
I am commanding the rat. I
You're
am
crazy.
become God. Listen, man, I got a sphere of rat control. I want to use it. How long does this last?
It lasts forever.
Oh my God!
It lasts until the rat dies or you try to command another.
Okay, so I just have a pet rat.
Yeah. I mean, it's a rat. It's
Yeah.
golden land use.
Yeah, Avery comes back with a rat on her head. And she sits down and eats
Okay.
Avery,
Just
that's not
recognize you as
hygienic.
Overlord doesn't mean you can't warn.
it.
You should keep it away from the food at least.
Yeah.
She'll put it on her chair.
No offense, your head isn't very far from the food.
That is true. Can I make my head bigger?
I guess you can.
I'm not.
That
I'm
is
just gonna
Your head, like,
just make my
it's
head
tall.
make my head taller. But no, she's gonna command the rat to go on the floor and she's gonna give it some soup. Avery's a fair and just overlord.
Whoa, you give it soup. Just don't swimming in it.
No, that's not what you're supposed to do with the soup.
But he eats a little bit.
No, it's good. This rat's name is John.
Yo,
John?
John.
John.
Okay, just give me a moment.
Don't. No. Don't do the
Right,
thing.
I told you.
So I'm just gonna
Yeah.
whisper to Silk-Paw. Let's talk later.
He chokes. He chokes on the soup.
How do you... Actually, no, you can choke on soup pretty easily. Never mind.
You deserve
You
it.
can choke on water. It makes.
Yeah. He choked!
John! Yeah!
Hold on.
We're slowly collecting friends.
Hold on, Silk-Paw. Let me heal your choke damage.
No! Get that
No!
shit out of you!
And then I use Cure Wounds, and it heals
can I counter
your
that?
knuckles.
How?
Can I quickly dodge out of that?
It is a touch spell, so he's gonna
Probably, yeah.
It's a touch. You can roll me a sleight of hand to parry the healing.
A slider, okay. Sure. It's
Avery.
it's dexterity, so do I get danger sense?
Yes.
Can I give...
19.
I was gonna ask, can I have the rat?
It's up to you.
I guess so.
That is
I
up
wanna-
to.
Come on, let me parry you. Let me parry.
Trey has to roll to hit.
Yeah, roll to
slide
hit.
Okay.
Use your spellcasting modifier.
No! I don't have anything to add on that.
Oof.
Ha!
Dang.
Parried!
I'll try to... I wanna try to get him.
Dodge what? But you
Play out,
can't
yeah.
dodge words.
I can... You know what I can do? Shove my finger in your mouth.
Oh,
What are you gonna
You know,
do about it? Hmm?
You want to dodge this, and I throw this at him.
huh?
You do what?
Avery.
Now the
Fight,
master of
bitch.
Yes, I
No,
am now the
I-
god of rats.
Wait, what's
Not
that?
I wanna Photoshop it so it looks like it's
Stupid
an Avery
attack.
cab.
Did you just throw
Soup at-
soup at Silk-Paw?
Hot
Yes.
soup? That hits?
I don't think it's scalding.
It's...
Please don't have a food fight.
Please,
Okay,
please
while
burn
he's
me a
distracted,
little.
I hit him with the Cure Wounds.
I'm not distracted. Can I...
You're not
would I have
blinded
jumped...
by the soup to the face?
No, I jumped out of the way. Fuck you. Actually, would that be just a dexterity save to get out of the thing?
I rolled a hit,
Whatever.
man.
This is amazing.
Okay. You know what? Fuck it. I'll use my tails as well. So,
Avery with the rat on her head.
Put the FaceTime hamster in her face.
No!
fuck you.
He's a rat.
Fine, I
That's
used to
funny.
dodge my freaking soup attack. It hit
Fucking-
someone else. Let
It
me
hit
roll
Sumo.
real quick.
Oh my.
How many people are in this group?
Oh my god.
Wait. If you're next to me and he's next to me, it hits him.
1, 2,
This is terrible.
3,
I don't like the situation.
4,
I'm not here.
5,
I gave my soup to my rats. I'm just.
I'll. What with that? I'll get up. I leave. I dash. I get out of there.
He leaves.
I go find another way to eat. Another place to eat. Away from this idiot. Who's that?
That's Avery.
What?
Anyways,
No, it's not.
I'm gonna chase
I
after
refuse.
Silk-Paw.
I'm
No,
Okay,
I am
that's
running.
Okay, that's Avery's rat. I'm gonna chase
This is
after
existential,
Silk-Paw.
John.
I am running. I am
I don't-
dashing.
Avery's
I am
rat gets
dipping.
drowned in soup. Anyway,
No! Leave my
Can you
rats
chasing after
alone.
Silk-Paw.
How
Calm
much-
down.
How much is your movement, Cedar?
Probably like 40, so he probably has the same as you.
45.
45.
45. He can catch up to me.
You know what
I'll
you know what
bonk
he-
you with the shield.
Guys, you
God.
shouldn't make chaos during the place is very crowded. You cannot feel freely move around.
Yeah.
This is-
Fine.
Avery's
Get
just
out.
like
Get away.
slunk down into her chair to the point where you can't see her anymore. She's not with these
Oh.
people.
Okay. Is there
Your
anywhere
friends
I
are
can
very-
climb?
Your friends are very energetic.
He has
They
his shield
are
up.
Too energetic.
Let me heal you, you bitch.
No, get away from me, you molester!
Oh my
Can you
god!
stop, guys? You're side tracking everything.
Fine.
No,
We'll come
it's
back
fine.
to
We'll
this
have
healing
them-
thing later.
You know what?
We're not coming back to anything, anywhere, anyway later.
You know what? Just to like shut them up, Avery is gonna go over to Silk-Paw and I'm just gonna cast Blooming Patchwork on him. You can't do shit about it.
You can't touch. I'm not letting you touch me.
It's not touch, bitch.
It's not
Get
touch.
fucked. Get fucked. It's
30
not
feet
touch.
range.
Yep. Get Blooming
That-
Patchwork.
oh,
That's 8. That's
wait.
8 healing
I am-
back.
The moment it's
I
cast, it's
am-
cast.
Yep. And I
I
sit
am
back
9
down and I eat my food.
I am 80 feet away. No.
I walk over. She walked over to you with the rats, and then
No,
cast
I'm
it, and then
away.
Alright.
No, you're healed. I can do. And she just sits back down, and then she eats her soup.
You have
Does-
been healed.
Does that mean my hand is back to normal?
It means that your knuckles are less fleshy.
No flesh knuckles.
Now I have to redo that.
No.
No.
Why would you
Do
do
you know
that?
how
Not
many
lazy.
hours that? Do you know how many hours that took to get?
That took
Why?
hours.
I don't understand why you
I
would
am
do
strong. Reasons. Listen.
that. Could you just
Why would-
not?
Why would you do that to
Please?
yourself?
It's
Daisy's a little bit confused.
well, sometimes emotions can get out of hand, and you can't really tame them, so you let them out.
But you
Instead of
don't let
holding
them
them back.
out by hurting yourself. That is
And you
stupid.
don't need to redo it.
Yeah, I don't need to. That was
Good
that was-
question.
my turn.
If you want to let out your emotions, would you punch me?
No,
What is going
Why are
on
you
with
punching
your friends?
Please
Then why
don't
are you
punch anyone.
why are you punching yourself?
because my shield looked very nice.
Oh my god.
Shubo, he's probably seated again, so he's next to you.
I don't.
He
know
does
if
lean
it's
to you, just you focus on your day.
It's not.
Oh my god.
It is. It is.
There we go.
You're crazy.
Yeah, not
Your
known.
shield looked nice.
I'm starting
Yeah.
to think that you may be crazier than me. That's fascinating.
I can give you more reasons to believe that.
I did not. Thank you.
He was holding a hot plate of soup. He was about to drink that. What? Do you think this soup would survive the trip if we tried to take it to the capital?
Can you just promise me you won't do that?
Avery's gonna question why the soup wouldn't survive a trip to the capital. Then remember, it's these fuckers. Nothing will survive a day with them.
Well, I promise you not to
Does
punch my shield.
food do well in a bag of holding?
I mean, it would kind of float around unless you put it in a kind of like sigilled plate.
We have
Yeah.
a water skin. I put it in the water skin.
Soup in a thermos is fun. Soup
You
in a
can
water
just
skin.
ask for a label, like for some kind of like
Container.
cover for your
Doing
plate.
exactly that.
Well,
Yeah, you can ask it. Did they give it to you?
Avery
Yeah,
finishes.
they
her
did.
soup.
Okay.
I want to find
Yeah.
a place to clean the rat.
Give someone
You
cold
can
soup.
find a small fountain.
Oh, nice.
Real
Is
question,
it like
can
a drinking
you-
I have
fountain or is
no-
it just a
I have
fountain?
no way to keep
One at
this
a
up
time,
later.
guys.
Sorry.
One at a time.
Alright.
You can go. Retro.
Retro.
Yeah, is it like a drinking fountain or is it just a fountain?
It's kind of also drinking,
Okay, that's not you're gonna clean a rat.
but
in that.
it's like floating water. Like it's flowing water. It's like it's not a fountain. It's like
Okay.
I don't know the English for that.
It's like a stream.
Alright.
Jesus Christ, I don't like that at all. I guess
I
she'll
love it.
clean off the rat and that then she'll clean off John. Give him a little bath.
You clean off John, like 7 layers of dirt come out.
Oh, God.
One of that who probably had the plague,
Oh god.
but you successfully clean
Okay,
it.
does he? Was he so dirty that he changed in color, or was it?
No, it's
Okay.
the same, but it was black, now it's white.
that image you just—that's how she's holding him.
Yes.
She's holding him like that,
Oh,
and then she's just gonna pat him on the head, and put him on her shoulder. Then she's gonna just go and wait for the others to be done with their soup.
So what you doing, guys?
I wanted
Anything
to ask.
else?
Did Cedar go get the thing in the container?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you come back with it, like, are you gonna give that to Cordelia? Or is that for you?
He doesn't answer.
Nope, that answers everything.
That's for Cordelia. Yes. Even I can do that.
None of your beeswax. It.
All right. I know you're the bee's knees. Anyway, that anyway is a bad sign. He turns to die. So.
Hello?
Hi.
She's confused.
He pulls out a map. He scribbles on it. He hands it to her.
Oh my God.
Okay.
He's doing this again.
Oh,
Does she look at it?
Sure.
You just.
Yeah,
give her
it-
your cat.
It has the Noroi address.
Oh my god. Okay. She
You don't
she
even
looks
scold
a
him
little
on like. The
looks a
extra
little
woman.
bit
You just
at it
give
and,
him the
and
address.
looks at you and looks at Shubo, looks at you. Huh?
You're gonna love his mom.
What are we talking about?
why are you doing this?
No holding
I
hands
already
before
did this
marriage.
once.
You don't know that.
I think it's a little bit of an invasive in the privacy, regardless of whatever there might be between two people to say that.
I agree.
Oh, don't worry. I did that before.
I think that makes
That
Only
makes
makes it worse.
it worse.
Oh, don't worry. She's not done anything yet.
What? That is disrespectful towards Shubo.
I
Nah.
don't think he cares.
Nah, I don't.
disappointed. Last time that I
It's
ever had a
fine.
chance to talk with you, you sounded like such a kind person, but to see that you are so uncaring of other people's feelings, it's sad.
Well, but they don't
Holy
care about their feelings and what's good for them. Have to do the direct approach.
There's a difference between direct approach and overly direct approach.
There
I
is.
know about that.
Yes,
There
there
is?
is.
You forget what happened yesterday when you talked to Cynthia? I'm very
was not
bad.
He was about to say it's not the direct approach, then he takes a minute. Maybe
Also,
have
you can
Well, it's
see Danny
simultaneously
Thigh's.
non-direct.
Danny Thigh's like a little bit like frowning, and it's she's vaguely pissed, but the way she's pissed, she's kind of just pouting.
Oh.
Oh,
She's disappointed in you.
that wouldn't be the first time.
What the fuck?
Hmm. He's taking a minute to realize that.
Are you telling me
Well,
you didn't
anyway.
know this entire time?
Well,
No!
Majesty.
Why do you think I usually take extermination quests? Well, used to take extermination quests. I don't do real good with people. I do good with one person, decently.
Fair enough. Neither do
I
I.
just use
You have to take other people's boundaries into consideration before you do things.
Never really had any myself, so I don't really know how to gauge that. Like,
I mean,
at
your
all.
mother
Fine.
taught you. But no, not your
mother-
mother. Your father taught you.
My father
What
tried.
are you?
It was a valiant effort. Well, Cedar, I am what you would call a moron. He says that with a smile.
I don't
No,
think
you're
you should
just
be
an
proud of that.
enigma.
I'm,
You're just an absolute enigma.
well, it's not that I'm proud of it. It's more that
Like, one of
How
these
to say?
days, I'm going to take you and dissect you. In like a lab
I
or
mean-
something, because you just don't make any sense in any sense of the word.
I'm just built like an idiot.
I'm
And
gonna
don't worry,
cut
I'm
you
not
open
proud
with
of
a
it.
scalpel
It's more
and
like
figure out what makes you tick.
So
It's more
try
like-
to improve.
yeah. And it doesn't help that I can't really find the time to do that. Which is why this is a great time to tell you I am going home. Well, not today, but if Cordelia still refuses to give us a quest tomorrow, I'll be going back home.
For what I understood, the situation is related to the fact that you guys are not tagging along well. So
Yeah.
just address the problem. Luna told me something about it.
Well, I'm addressing my own. Yeah. My dad is a very... Is this too much to share? I don't care. My dad is a very strict man. So, if there's anybody who can beat the information into my skull, it's gonna be him.
Fuck.
He's gonna solve me. Uh-huh.
You
I
need
think
like
you should solve yourself.
Well, I tried. Clearly it's not working. This adventure, I think, is not working. Not as much as I meant, at least. So we need a change of approach. That means it's time to break another arm. But hopefully not.
Don't.
read a book.
I'm not good with words. I sleep a lot.
We.
Also, I'm not gonna go and break my arm intentionally. My mother just gets excited.
Your mother doesn't break your arm.
She
You
can
mean-
be rough.
Your mother doesn't do that.
What kind of family do you
He
think
remembers
you're
that
in?
one time he did. Listen. Parents always know what they do.
That's
Yeah. I figured that out.
You want to come home with me, Cedar?
Maybe?
I think my dad would like you, actually.
At this point, I'm just trying to fix you.
I don't need fixing. I need
Cedar is
tweaking.
literally, I can fix it.
I can fix him. I don't need
So you're
fixing.
just gonna
I just
accept the
need
fact that you're not gonna fix things?
No. I don't. How to say it? To fix something is for it to be broken. To tweak something is for it to be not exactly right. It's crooked. You know? Tweak it.
Hmm?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah,
Like our
with
party.
Yeah,
At the
to be
moment.
fair, being in this party really taught me one. If it taught me one thing, it taught me that broken has a lot of layers to it.
You want to talk about that?
Here, in the middle of the people,
I don't
I mean,
think
the table is decently isolated, even there's a lot of people, but yeah, it's up to you.
I'm no one for keeping secrets, so
Well, if you really want to.
sure. What do you want to know?
Ah, fucking That's not what I meant. When I talk to you, my brain actually rots.
You want the whole bylaw? You make me think, right?
I just want to fix this party so we can do quests again.
Which is why I'm trying to go home. I want to fix the crooked part of the party.
I don't
I
think
what you
that
need
going
to do
home
is
and trying to...
communicate.
Yeah, like, perhaps you should just need to talk to each other and do not think of yourself too much.
Mm-hmm.
At least not of just yourself.
I agree.
He looks at you, Shinkaze. And looks away.
Okay, two of you need to apologize to each other.
You know, all this avoiding really does the opposite.
Not really avoiding, it's biding our time.
That is fairly similar.
Technicalities.
Technicalities.
Letting a problem like that sit for too long will only make it worse.
Technicalities. Not.
His face gets really serious when you say that. Haven't you let a lot of things sit like that for many years?
What do you mean?
Sometimes I question if you have It's not trying to be mean to you. I'm saying you don't use it as much as you should.
I know that.
And how long have you known that?
The entire time. I mean,
And yet,
that's literally what I'm trying to do. As you've probably noticed.
what's
What?
the problem if
And
I do a little? What's the problem if I take your approach with this?
this is not my approach.
Run away,
Just-
hide for a minute, process things, then come back.
Yes, that is not my approach.
Is it?
I think you have a very wrong image of me.
And it's weird considering that you have expertise on insight. You keep acting against it.
I do have expertise on insight. Sometimes that fails.
Keep in mind what your character is. Continue.
Yeah. It's been rough the past couple of missions, as you could probably tell from yesterday. With the friend that likes to appear with us a few times. The last mission, I don't need to tell you what irks me about that, do I? And, well, being really, really, really close to getting to know anything, but then squander. And I can go there by myself. I can try to kill myself doing it. But even I'm smart enough to know that that's not really the best way to do it. So it is the dark one. So now I have to think of two things. And I'm bad at thinking with one thing.
You don't. You don't have to think alone.
Yeah.
Can't ask you all to think with me.
You
One
can.
has a
I mean, you kind of can.
We're a team.
Avery nods.
I think about a lot of things all the time. What's one more thing?
That's exactly it. You think about too many things already. One of us doesn't even. Well, you sometimes cares about this party, and one of us needs a break from everything that keeps happening, and one of us needs to think about a sibling.
We all have our problems, yes, but that doesn't mean that we can't care about each other's problems.
Not
Listen.
a burden or anything.
Yes. Nobody here is alone.
Isn't that the purpose of a team? To share a
Exactly.
burden.
I'm supposed to be the strong one, you know? I'm the one that carries the burden, not shares it.
Who said that?
Well,
Damn.
I'll just say.
I thought that was my job.
How? Okay. Never mind. Alright, just look at us.
The
That
intellectual
is-
burden.
Yeah, you do carry that on. Yeah. But look at us. It's, well, usually me trying to take hits for you guys. And you get in and deal in the damage. You take down the people. I
Don't you
just
share
need
that
to-
job with Luna?
That's a problem more than a help. I worry
We
about you a
all-
lot.
We all watch
Oh.
out for each other. It's not just you taking the damage.
That's a problem to me. I don't like seeing
Heck,
people
Mantra
get
takes damage.
mantra.
Silk-Paw,
Hmm?
I'm gonna come out and say you're being a complete hypocrite.
You don't need to call it. Listen, I work alone. I worked alone, and don't like to be a liability
You're not.
because I know I am. If it's not being able to do things, it's
You're not.
being able to do too much. I can lose myself alone sometimes. So, I like to avoid that.
Well, that's fine, because we balance each other out.
Somehow.
That's the point of a team. Cover each other's weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
Silk-Paw, if you're not willing to let us take hits and watch out for each other mutually, you're obviously not invested in making this all work. That's a very crucial thing that you have to let everybody do.
I know.
I
I
understand.
just would
wanting to
rather not
protect
see you
people.
getting hurt.
That's not your job.
We asked for this, you know. None of us came on this team expecting to not get hurt.
Getting hurt is our job.
That is the reason why not many don't do such job. I think of the stories that I hear about adventures, and many of them just put their lives on the line to try and do their best. I think of my aunt that was an adventurer as well, and she's not here anymore. You thinking that you can protect or can take a burden all by yourself will just bring you down. A team is
why
meant
you
to
get
share the
crushed.
burden, so that even if it's the burden is strong and heavy, together you can master it.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of just lowers his head a little bit. Kind of feel bad about it. Well, when you get told that you don't have a worth by a god, it takes a toll on you. Even if you
What
are
do you
as
mean?
dumb as me.
Why?
Don't listen.
Why do you care about his opinion?
Silk-Paw, Silk-Paw, I know that his status may be a bit blinding, but take it from someone who just has not been influenced by him very much. He's an idiot he's an asshole. His opinion doesn't mean anything to you. It shouldn't mean anything. We know you matter. And I'll tell you, we've been around you a hell of a lot more than he has. So,
Danitha kind of leans into you, Shubo. What are you talking about?
It's, I don't know if I can tell you. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
look. So, Bob, you have a worth, and you have struggles. Just, I think that right now you're being more destructive than you are helpful. Just try to work with us and make this all not shit. I think that you running away, going off to your family, look, if you need a break, please take a break. Go stay with your family. But if you want this to fit, if you want any of this to work, just talk with the people that the actual problem is with.
I don't think I explained myself right. I'm not running.
You definitely are.
I'm not trying to ignore it. Don't work. Was planning to talk. Was planning to talk to you when we were a team. You know? I don't want to drag people unrelated. Not. I don't mean this as an offense. It's just that this is a headache we are supposed to handle. Not you two. I'm sorry.
Sorry, but
I'm
you
happy to
aren't
help if
dead.
I can.
That's
Bless you.
bless you.
Thank you.
To be honest, I started this conversation here because they were here.
I will completely look. You just hand like put an effort. Try to make this whatever is going wrong better. What would go on to stay with your family accomplish?
Well, plan was to go back and get my dad's teachings going again. He looks at you, Shabbat. Remember what I told you
Hmm.
before? That. Maybe that would have been a better way of approaching the team.
It's,
Fair enough.
My
you
dad's
think that'll help you clear your mind? Go ahead. But even then, you still have to solve the actual problem.
well, we're here now. And I am a big boy enough to tell you I am at a loss. Not sure what to do at this point.
Just trust us.
I do.
You said you don't trust me, but I trust you, so I hope that somehow you can feel the same about me.
See, the thing is, just like we do things that you don't exactly agree with. You do things that I don't agree with.
I am
And
very
just-
well aware.
And just like putting your values aside for the team is hard, putting mine aside is just as hard. And sometimes it can get a little too hard for me. I am one whose values are very related with what they feel.
Yes, and mine are the opposite.
And supposedly, it has to be, the same thing. Morals and values are the same, I think. Maybe. But every time, almost every mission, there has to be something that goes wrong. And it's tiring.
I wouldn't say it's that often.
And it just happened the first time we went on a mission.
It definitely happened more than once, yes. Not that
Hey, well-
often.
Okay. I'm honestly, I'm a little dumb. I haven't been following this conversation very well, but the conclusion I'd like to make, this entire issue isn't that big of a deal. I know you both kind of make it seem like it is, but
No,
It's-
I agree.
it's really not something that needs to be a big kerfuffle. Silk-Paw, Shubo recognizes that what he did is wrong. He has apologized, and I think he's going to try not to do that kind of thing again. And Shubo, Silk-Paw, I assume, feels some amount of regret for being a bit too harsh.
I guess what you're trying to tell him is, he looks at you, Shubo. I'm sorry.
There we go. That's what I wanted to hear.
Right.
Now,
I am sorry too.
okay. Good job, both of you. You're all grown up. Can we get some more soup?
Coming!
Yeah.
And George comes back with more soup. Gives you all soup. Goes back.
Oh, there we go.
Avery
Okay.
claps.
Look,
And the rat claps too.
Yeah!
Yeah!
Spirit.
If
I'll
Chubbs
clap.
was here,
Holy
he would
clap.
clap, but Chubbs is resting.
What does Layla think of this?
Man, you guys are messed up. Just make peace and whatever the fuck you want to do. Let's just stick together, get stronger, make quests, get money, become rich, conquest the world. Free.
do you guys,
I'll-
do
Sure,
you
I'll
guys
try to
think
get-
that you'll need another day to just rest, or are you ready to quest tomorrow?
Well, assuming we can.
Yeah, I think I'm saying if you're ready, not considering whether we're allowed to or not. I'm just asking how you feel.
I would be ready.
Silk-Paw?
I'm down.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Gonna have some nice soup, head back to the capital, and if Cordelia happens to still be at work, you two can go to her and say that you made up and try to convince her that you're sane enough.
That's gonna be harder said than done. But we do have soup. Maybe she's gonna agree to it then.
But if you'll you try to convince her that you guys aren't like mentally unstable, and if she agrees, then we can go on a quest tomorrow. If not, we can take another few days off. Have a vacation. I don't know.
Perhaps you could just
mentally stable.
I don't want to pry in your business, but perhaps a good thing that you can try to do is take a quest. For example, let's say that you take a quest tomorrow. Do not immediately take another the day afterwards. Like, take a break in between quests. That could help.
I do think that rapid fire near death encounters might not be the healthiest lifestyle.
But we
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
like that rush.
Avery nods.
I
think it only stresses us out more, which then creates
I
more
admit,
of these
I miss the
situations.
shop.
We'll figure it out. We're not
We'll
dead
figure it
yet. We got a long time to figure out our groove.
Yep, we're not dead
I'm-
yet. We
So, Luna stands up.
Yeah.
You guys can finish up eating as much as you want. I am going to, I don't know. Me and Waffles are gonna head back and sit by the car.
I'm coming with you. Hold on. Kind of just gobbles
Okay.
up what soup he has.
Actually, I stand up and I kind of say, thank you for hanging out with me today, Daisy. It was a pleasure. And well, Daneth is gonna ride back with us anyway, so I'll say bye to you later. And I walk off. Well, I wait for Silk-Paw, and then I walk off.
Walk off into the sunset, cowboys.
I kind of just like pat Silk-Paw's shoulder. I'm proud of you. Don't. You're.
I wanted to say that.
It's a frustrating situation, so being able to say sorry is a good thing.
Well, it's. I'm not known for my smarts, but I am known for, not shying away from saying it.
What's really weird is the fact that you have a catchphrase.
What's a catchphrase?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, you're not known for your smarts. Sorry.
Yeah, right.
I'm known for destruction.
Technically, yes.
So true.
Not wrong.
Technically, yes. But also, Luna, I didn't just come for the company. No, I do like your company, dude.
Thanks.
Kind of nudges you with his elbow.
What?
Remember after we met Ire?
I recall.
He kind of just shakes his leg a little bit.
Yeah.
Remember when I told you that back alley?
Hmm.
That was not a joke.
I know.
I don't. Sometimes I can't tell if you do know that, so let me make sure. It was not a joke. If anything happens to me, you go find whoever did that curse thing. Did I even tell you that? Wait a minute.
I got the details.
Yeah. What?
I
Should
promise
anything happen?
I bet it's a guy called
you're not
Vincent.
gonna outlive me, Silk-Paw. Or, no, you are gonna outlive me. Shit. Look, I got.
Did you just predict my dad?
I didn't. Sorry. Look, you're gonna outlive me, Silk-Paw. If it's up to
No,
me,
I feel.
we're both
Now I
going to
know what
live
Cedar
healthy
feels like.
lives. We're gonna live healthy lives into our 3000s. I don't know, and I will die like 10 or so years before you, as my life cycle predicts.
Well, before that happens, we have to get you. We have to get you and Daisy on a date.
That's
We gotta get you hitched.
that is not my biggest concern right now, but thank you.
It's mine.
I feel like you should
My
have much
gosh.
bigger concerns than
I'm not known for my smarts, so
I know.
I don't
Is
have
Luna
big
the
concerns.
only-
I just have small concerns.
Okay. Shut up. Let's walk.
Sure. Where are we going?
The card.
All right. Hey,
What
you
is
want
the
to sing
rest
with
of
me?
the people doing?
Avery's playing John.
John is respecting you.
Nice.
Yo.
Respect me, John!
Can we have like less party drama? It makes me tired.
I hope we'll have less in the future.
I do. As
I'm
well.
sure we will
Yeah.
have less in the future.
The longer we know each
I
other,
believe in you guys.
the longer we know each other, the less there'll be. It's unrealistic to think that there won't be any problems when we've only still just been together for such a short time. It's only
How long has it been?
20 days.
Yeah, it's not a.
It's only been about 20 days, and that's not long to know a person at all. So I expect there will be more in the future, but hopefully less pumped up and made into a bigger problem over nothing.
Siri just blinks at Avery. You're so wise. What the heck?
I don't really consider myself that wise. I don't think I am. Am I wise?
She thinks for
You
a
are.
minute.
You should talk more.
I guess.
Got a good head on your shoulders.
And I would like to
And
keep
hopefully
it
it'll
there.
stay on your shoulders.
Yes, hopefully it does, because I need it. I may be a changeling, but I can't grow another head.
Huh. You sure?
Am I sure? I don't
Yes,
think.
you're sure.
Alright.
Pulls out dagger.
You cannot double your brain.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not a thing I can do. I don't even think I would if I could. Like, I think if I could grow other limbs, it'd be arms, because then having more arms would be pretty convenient. Having more legs would just get in the way. Having
But
wings
if you
would
have
be nice.
2 heads, you could read 2 books at the same time.
I guess. I mean, I already do that with one head. I can
What
read
the
5
heck?
books at once. I've done it before. It's just pretty slow.
It gives you a headache.
It gives me a headache.
Then please
You
don't do
are
that.
I usually
something
don't.
else.
Everything else
Maybe
aside,
have
today was a nice day.
It was.
yeah.
She starts
It was
shaking
indeed.
again.
I got 3 chickens.
You threw them at Hallie. That's rude.
What? They were harassing Shubo. I am the chicken protector.
In
I
Abyssal,
fear that won't be the last time.
in Abyssal, she says he's lucky. You don't know what she
Oh
said.
god. Terrifying.
Yep. I just spoke a demonic language because I can.
She answer in Abyssal.
Oh my god!
How does she know that?
And she would say, and she answers to you in Abyssal. I don't know if lucky is the best word to use in this situation.
And
How do you
when
know
she
that?
replies in Abyssal, Avery looks at her dumbfounded. She's just her mouth's just open, and she's just staring, and she shakes her head, and she replies in Abyssal.
I mean, I think it'd be very exhausting, but I was strangely jealous.
I mean, it's understandable considering that it appears that she was some form of person you look up to.
She nods.
She wrote some of my favorite books.
Then why would you be jealous?
You know,
Thinking like that, rather than being jealous because there was a lot of there was some form of connection between your teammate. Be happy that you are with a teammate that has a connection with your favorite author. And perhaps that is a way to get her to know that author more.
she's petting John, and she just thinks a bit.
You're right. Yeah.
She smiles.
You keep soup hot.
Magic?
I don't
So,
have that.
are you guys doing anything else?
I was just
Nope.
reading Draconic book the entire time, but other than that, no.
Okay. Well, considering that there was a lot of chit-chatting, I would say that you read it, but you didn't focus on it enough.
Yeah, there was a lot of talking. It was more of a, I'm gonna read this until you're done.
So, where are you going? You guys wanted to do something in particular, or are you just, or are we just, skipping forward to when you are satisfied with the festival and going back?
I don't have anything else. It's Avery. Actually, Avery's wants to go to the place where they bought the plushie. Where
Okay.
Leona bought the plushie. And
You can go there.
I want to buy a giant one.
You want to buy a giant one.
Yeah.
That is 6 golds.
6 gold. I don't know what the fuck, how
Giant
the fuck I'm
one
gonna
is
carry it.
like the bed-sized one for her.
It's basically twice your size.
The 2 people who I know can carry it are gone.
Yeah.
So she's
I
just
could
she
probably
buys it.
carry it.
She doesn't regret the purchase. But she's just gonna sit there dumbfounded and think,
Daisy picks it up with one hand.
oh, okay,
Don't
she's
worry. I can help you.
Oh, thank you.
That's all.
Yeah, I need to vanish too as well, so don't worry. We're about to close.
Nice.
So, you wanted to tell me that there's nothing else in particular?
Nope. Nothing else from me.
Okay. So Daisy says goodbye as she helps to put the thing on the wagon,
I do.
and you all get on the cart,
I do want to
ready
ask
to.
a question. How the
Tell
hell
me.
did Willow get back to the capital? Is she walking?
No, there are many carts and wagons that
okay.
goes in and out, and it's customary to ask for for
Okay,
help with those
okay.
ways. It's normal.
Okay, just wanted to.
You get on the cart and you begin your journey back towards the capital.
Yeah.
As we're in the cart,
Um,
I want to turn to
Yep.
Shubo. Mr. Noroi, I am happy to report that from now on, I will not be staying in your guest room.
Ah, finally.
I bought a house. And
When
I
you say
kinda leave
You bought
this-
a house?
Yeah,
well, not really.
well, not yet, but I'm working on it. I kind of lean to Silk-Paw. Can I just sleep on your floor tonight?
You can take the bed. I like the floor.
No, I like the floor.
No, I like the floor.
Oh, I like it more. So
If you
I
both
like
like
it.
the floor,
I'll
why
whistle
don't you
you.
both sleep on the floor?
Great idea.
slumber party.
Yeah, but fair warning, I cuddle.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's been so long since I hugged a person.
While you are in the cart,
Oh,
going back towards the capital, you kind of have the swirling thoughts of all the things that you've managed to discover in a way or another. The fact that you kind of have the knowledge, well, two of you have the knowledge of the offspring of Alberich. Some of you have managed to meet other NPCs. You have gathered a little bit of context behind this chicken, whatever it may be, even if it's still a little bit kind of hazy. The reason why, the reason when, and the reason how. You also have met a person very briefly, but for some reason she doesn't feel very good. While you are going downwards, Shubo, you can notice that at some point you can feel the head of Danitha kind of just on your shoulder as she falls asleep. But it's a fall asleep that, as much as is very adorable and all, it's sudden.
Oh no.
Oh God.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
We
got the devil.
We gotta run.
You can hear knocking on one side of the wagon. You're going towards the capital, but someone knocks.
I open it.
You don't have to open. There's nothing to open. It's just a way to.
Can I look out the wagon?
Hey, big man.
Is he walking to it or something?
Hey, big man.
Is inside.
Oh, he's inside. Hi. Oh, hi, big man. What up? What's going on?
Oh, don't worry about your friend there. She's just resting a little bit.
Yeah.
So-
Don't do that too much.
No, don't worry.
Yeah.
So, I think that some of you have met Regina.
We ran into her.
Who?
Yeah.
Well, you
The
guys
name
were talking to
is-
that lady, Telos's minion thing, I assume. The one that went crazy, approached us.
Oh.
She was a strange one.
I show them the sketch of her.
If any of you guys see this lady, don't tell someone and maybe run.
Regina Grimhood is a strange person. She was one that had basically nothing. And was condemned for crimes while she was simply trying to survive due to the lack of, well, due to the lack of clues and testimony and all. She was simply sent to the mines to work and free herself. She slowly but surely developed a boiling hatred towards the kingdom. But this boiling hatred was kind of kept at bay by the fact that she still had some friends that were basically like family. However, once again, the situation got a little bit problematic. As you may know, Numinhurst is quite a good kingdom, quite peaceful to live within, and with many of the things that you may want fully present inside. However, you also may know that the outskirts of the kingdom are not particularly safe, with beasts and wildlings being not completely put in check by the lack of strength of the kingdom. So not only the kingdom did her dirty, but also apparently, I mean, in her opinion, of course, lacked power to assess certain problems. Her beloved friends and basically that form of makeshift family that she had withered away, and once again she was filled with boiling hatred. And so she asked for a deal. She begged me for something, and of course I found that very funny. She asked to have the ability to do more, to look beyond what was the to look beyond the horizon of the simple-minded person. She wanted to have the ability to see, and not just physically, but also mentally, the ability to grow in terms of ambition. I granted that, simply asked an eye in return. You may have noticed she has a little bit of a patch on one of them. But things didn't stop there. She continued with this vision, with this acquired knowledge. She built basically her own small village where the wicked, well, not wicked, more like the like the outcast would be able to join her in her ruling. At the beginning, she was some form of um, warden of the different, but soon she began to get entangled in her hatred once again, and so she asked another thing. She pledged her soul and existence in afterlife. She pledged her own existence to be as strong as they could make her, and to have me on her side. So I did. Such such a deal is difficult to ignore, and so she became stronger, stronger than I thought. Soon, her idols of Talos became idols of herself. She began to see herself as a newborn god. And the outcast became her follower and worshippers. She's a person that is not only strong, but smart, and with vision and ambition. This person will not hesitate to do the cruelest of things if it's instrumental to her. Just like she won't hesitate to be as kind and gentle as possible if that is what the situation requires. She's a bit of an enigma. And I can assure you you're not strong enough for her. Not now, not yet. But I did wanted to tell you more since apparently her vision, her understanding made her see a glimpse on within our deal. So be careful. That's pretty much what I wanted to say. Is there any question? Well, I suppose there's not. Very well. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. And he vanishes. Bloop.
Ooh, he's gone.
God, I hate that guy.
He's fun.
How?
I don't think fun.
He's fun when he's not crushing my soul.
I am officially terrified.
Usually an
Aren't you
avatar
always?
of evilness and terribleness. So.
I mean,
I would like to
terrible people
mention
can be nice as well.
that same woman he talked about casually plucked a feather from the chicken and snapped it in half.
Oh yeah.
I am more terrified.
Look. As much as I hate to admit, Telos is a god. He knows what he's doing. When he thinks that we're ready, we're probably gonna be ready.
That's not gonna be anytime soon.
Hopefully. For now, let's not worry about him.
Yes, and let's just be careful.
If any of you see get to a safe situation.
Gladly.
Try not to fight.
Danitha's still sleeping, by the way.
With the way Taylor's talked about her, I feel like she'd go and torture my family or something.
Yeah. I don't know. I think if you guys think that's a concern, it might be worth informing your folks that, you know, things might not be too safe.
I always inform my sister to be careful. Always.
Let's all rest. Just not
You
worry about it.
slowly but surely you manage to reach the capital once again.
And I try my best not to move too much so that
Yeah.
she can sleep soundly.
Yeah, she sleeps, she snoozes. Once you're there, you get to get down. So I don't know if you want to wake her up.
Yeah, I just tap her on the shoulder.
Yeah, she kind of wakes up and goes like, I fell asleep. How did it happen? Oh, I'm sorry, I was sleeping on you.
Don't worry.
We're here?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh gosh, I've been sitting in this cart for too long. Too used to riding waffles.
There's
You're gonna point at
I'm gonna
the.
get
She's
out.
gonna point at the giant chicken that she bought.
Oh,
How did you get that in here?
what are you gonna do with that?
Oh, right, Daisy.
Can you bring it to the library for me?
Sure.
Thank you. I can't.
Well,
You take the giant chicken.
Good.
I'm gonna get out.
You bring it towards the library. Where let me fetch her back.
You got left behind.
Oh no.
Where are you?
No fucking
go
idea
there
what
she
the
is.
fuck she was chilling with Alusha and Bianca. Ugh.
Yeah, she's one of us now.
You bring the chicken to Willow that she's back to work
Oh
essentially.
god, I just noticed it's
And-
Silk-Paw bringing it. This is gonna end terribly.
Oh.
You place the chicken down, and Willow goes like, "What?
One delivery from an Avery.
Oh, thank you. That is, wow."
Yeah, she really likes it.
We can.
Well, tell her I am very grateful.
Of course I will. If you need me to carry it again, just let me know.
Oh, don't worry.
Alright. Have a nice day.
You should have kept it. You could have been our henchman of destruction.
But I have you already.
Ow!
You're enough for me.
My
You're the
cat
only
just
hand-
jumped on my
The
fucking
only
face.
person I want to be a henchman too.
You go
Actually-
down. Hi.
I was just gonna say, Luna knows God. You want to talk to her?
I know what?
Luna knows God.
At God.
Not personally.
You made
Did
it sound
Layla
like
You-
witness Talos?
Not like we're bros.
Actually, did you witness Talos? Hold on, let me ask you. Did you witness Talos?
What?
That's enough.
That's enough.
Hey, look, do you want to talk with Luna?
Not really.
Yeah, why not?
These paladins are kind of.
Hey, don't
Get
say
that thing away from me.
Hey, she's a nice girl.
I
Throw it into
re-
the river.
Look, I've only heard one-sided conversations here, so maybe I'm making a leap in judgment. But you've been talking an awful lot about destruction, so
Listen, she
I'm
just wants to destroy the world. Who doesn't? Okay, nobody does, but eh,
So,
I do.
Luna and you bring waffles back to I suppose to the
actually,
to the thing. I don't know.
before Waffles, do you know where my father's house is? You've been there before, right?
Borf.
See, nod, I guess. I don't know if this is a yes or a no.
It Borf and salutes.
I'm gonna assume yes.
So it
Oh, boy.
it very much feels like a nod.
Sorry, my grandparents are here and my mother is being yelly. Anyway, Waffles, what I'm gonna need you to do, since I don't think you need sleep, head to my family's house. I'm gonna assume that they're just gonna know that it's from me. I mean, maybe. Well, it's not too late. You can get it. And then I'm gonna be staying with Silk-Paw in the inn tonight. So you can head there and then come back and either sit outside the tavern or go back to the barracks or whatever. But don't get like taken in by guards or something. I don't attack people.
It
Absolute.
assures them that the chicken is on top of it and begins to trot towards destination.
What if he gets kidnapped?
As you do
Okay.
that, you both go to the tavern to rest on the floor.
Yes.
Avery, I guess you're also going to go to the tavern to get your rat to sleep.
Yes, just the rat to sleep.
Okay.
I'm reading
Just
it.
And
the 5
Cedar
rats.
as well.
I have soup.
You have right. You have
Oh,
soup.
right.
Do the
All right, I need to go to Cordelia as
The
well.
soup hot.
You
I
can.
need.
The soup is
This
still hot.
probably is it. How?
It is.
You know what? Actually,
it's
I'm
the-
not gonna
it's the-
question it.
It's the container. It's quite isolating.
Guys,
Nice.
I have to go
Fucking
right now. So
We don't ask.
Yeah.
roleplay without me. Luna's
Yeah,
Either way-
I'm asking also to try and make it fast because
Yeah.
I have to wake up in
Yeah.
4 hours. No, 4 hours, 5
Yeah.
hours.
Have fun, friends. Bye bye.
Hey,
Bye
Bye
bye.
bye. Bye.
hey,
Oh hi.
Wardsy.
How it went?
good, fine. They made up, apologized.
That's good to hear.
You want some soup?
Oh, that's. I think I skipped lunch today. That will be good.
Good, good. I also have a chicken plush.
Oh,
I don't know if you like plushies or chickens, but if you want it, you can have it.
well, I do appreciate the thought. And she takes it. She puts it on her desk.
Yeah.
And you
Okay,
can
cool,
see
bye.
her eating the soup. You run.
Cedar just smiles and then goes, "Okay, bye. Have a great time. Don't work yourself to death." Bye.
You cast water orbs on yourself and you teleport away. Silk-Paw.
I'll go to her.
You can see her eating soup.
I'll put the. What was it called? The indestructible cloak, was it?
The what?
The
Cloak
Cloak
of
of
Eternity.
Eternity. Yeah.
That's the name.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot. Okay. I'll put the Cloak of Eternity there. Had a crouch in front of her desk, so only my head is on the desk.
Silk-Paw?
We made up.
You think you can now handle a quest properly?
Yep.
Are you sincere?
Yep.
Okay, are you actually sincere?
Yes.
Okay. Very well. I will think about it and perhaps get to talk with get to, talk a little bit within and tomorrow if you guys want to come by and talk about questing, I will review the situation and give you my final word. Okay?
Okay.
Very well.
Also, there is this. Cat just nudges it towards her carefully.
Okay.
Sorry. This thing doesn't get destroyed.
Okay.
It's yours. Goodbye. He leaves.
She takes it. She's a little bit confused,
Why?
but she takes it. You run away.
Why not? Yeah.
He's jealous he didn't think of it.
Shubo.
No, I just don't see the point.
Danitha just. Thank you very much for the day. It was very nice and surprisingly complex. Your group of friends is very strange.
Yes, every day with us is complex.
But it was really nice.
I'm glad.
I think that this is more than enough than a way to thank me. But again, you didn't need to.
Yes, I did.
I'll be going to the temple. I'll be having some stuff to do. But whenever you want, I'll be there. So if you ever happen to pass by, come say hi.
All right. Well, I was planning on visiting more anyway.
She smiles and waves at you and goes back to the thing. She seemed very chill. You can see that she properly relaxed and she kind of vented out a little bit of stress.
Nice.
Anything else you want to do, Shubo?
Nope. Just go back home.
Okay. You go back home. You enter home. Kijo looks at you. She sniffs you. You smell like woman.
Girl, what?
What does that mean?
What?
Smell like a
Been
woman.
cheating on your wife.
She squints at you. Very well. The grandkids maybe are not so far away. She goes away. and you go to sleep now confused.
Yeah.
Actually, can I just
Come on.
go to William?
Yeah, sure. William, you can see him reviewing some of the basically homework that gives to his students.
Pa.
Hmm?
Um,
Welcome back.
I met some people.
Hmm? What do you mean?
They said that they were adventuring with you. Bianca and
Alusha, yeah, Bianca and
Yes.
Alusha. How were they?
I think they were good. They were very eccentric.
Oh, yeah. We used to be a very eccentric party. Trust me, you probably didn't even meet the most eccentric one. I wonder if it's still okay.
They wanted to visit soon.
Oh, whenever they want, maybe we can, I can try to make contact with them, yeah.
Great. Cool. Yeah, I'd be glad to get to know them more.
Yeah. I mean, you met them in the past, but you were like 5. It was very long ago.
Yeah, they treated me like I was still 5.
Yeah, I mean, they are basically running an orphanage, so they
Oh,
kind of treat people like kids. So
I see.
don't mind them. They're good people.
I know. I've noticed.
But I will make sure that they don't, get too handy on you. I know you don't like that stuff.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh. I'll be go back to work. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
don't burn down books. And I leave the room.
It was just once. I mean, not really. he mutters, not really. You go to your room, everyone gets to get a long rest, and with that being said, we can end the 57th day and the 22nd session as we head in the 23rd, and next time is up to you. Do you want to make a quest? Do you want to try it and convince to actually make that quest? Or do you want to do something else? You don't know. Up to you.
I want to convince Cordelia to not die.
That is also something you can try to do.
That is a good thing to convince.